Chapter 1432, The Pursuit of the Faceless One. Just like nets, there were little spaces in between. But were these spaces large enough for their spacecraft to fit? How is the spacecraft going to get through that? Rhea yelled in terror. It was very obvious that the little spaces were not wide enough for them to pass through without getting obliterated. To make matters worse, the throngs of violent torrents were moving and swimming, almost like they were alive. That's the trick, it can't, Gustav answered Rhea. Then how are we going to survive? Rhea didn't know what Gustav playing at, but he internally decided to curse Gustav if he said we want. We will. Gustav drove head-on for it, unwavering in the slightest. Unlike Rhea, Eldris wasn't bothered because he had full trust in Gustav. However, he was just as intrigued as Rhea was about Gustav's plans. Can't we just hyper-jump through it? Eldris inquired. It won't work. The energy torrent is like strings. No matter how strong the hyperjump is, the moment it goes through, the violent energy will keep pulling it back to its center until it runs out of juice. Once that happens and the spacecraft rematerializes, we will be toast, Gustav explained. Oh, Eldris nodded in apprehension. Endrik, take command. Gustav suddenly got up and moved towards the back. Endrik's seat moved to the middle of the control panel, and he began to steer forward. At that moment, they directly arrived before the net of energy, and just as it seemed like they were about to collide with it. Atomic manipulation has been activated. Zien, Gustav's whole figure, emitted a milky glow that spread across the entirety of the spacecraft. Thwurich, the spacecraft flickered multiple times before dematerializing atom by atom. The spacecraft became see-through along with everyone within as they phased through the net of thronging destructive energy. The strings were passing through them like they were in astral form as they cruised through. Endrik navigated the spacecraft to increase in speed, while Gustav made sure to concentrate on keeping things the way they were. They still had a long way to go in this world of destructiveness, but couldn't deny that it looked quite amazing. The spark of colors and ripples of cosmic energy that merged into one another created a mesmerizing display for them to feast their eyes on. The endearing term beauty is dangerous had never been more true until that moment. Despite how marvelous the sight was, anyone and anything would be obliterated in an instant if they went close enough. The journey through the violent net of energy lasted for almost an entire day. By the time they successfully navigated through, Gustav had expended a lot of energy. Fortunately, they were now in the clear, so it was all worth it. We're out of the dead man zone. Gustav let out a heavy breath after announcing. That was both enlightening and terrifying at the same time, Rhea stated, slightly mesmerized. I agree. Truly never felt anything like that in all my life. All those colors. Eldris voiced with a look of interest. He wished he could have absorbed them, but he knew it would mess with their navigation, so he couldn't risk it. At least, it's going to be smooth sailing henceforth, Endrik stated from up ahead. I'm not so sure about that, Gustav suddenly voiced with an ominous tone. Huh. What is that? Is that a... Yes, it's a person. Gustav confirmed their suspicions on what lay in front of them. Hundreds of kilometers before their spacecraft was a figure floating in outer space without so much as a space gear or anything to help them breathe. They just floated in place with glowing crimson hair that looked like the branches of a tree. The person commanded their attention because of the multiple traits, but Gustav wasn't interested in knowing who they might be. He pushed the throttle forward after the spacecraft engines cooled a bit, causing them to sail in a straight line with immense speed. Common sense told them that a being floating and breathing in space with glowing hair wasn't a weak person. It was better to leave immediately than to be sorry later. In just an instant they had crossed light years of distance, leaving the unknown far behind. Or so they thought. Din, 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 hostile force in pursuit, squinting eyes face. Activating energy shield, alarms suddenly began blurring within the spacecraft as a silver-colored energy shield appeared around it. What the hell? Rhea yelled in shock. It's that person. Endrick stared at the holographic projection that displayed the rear position of their spacecraft. Not too distant behind them was a crimson blur streaking across space with unparalleled speed. Upon closer look, the crimson blur turned out to be the same person they had spotted after getting out of the dead man zone. Endrick and Rhea couldn't believe their eyes as they saw how quickly the humanoid-shaped being was flying. They were moving faster than the speed of light, and yet it was starting to catch up with them. Whoever it was, they were definitely no ordinary being. Gustav couldn't chase a spacecraft and catch up to it at his current level of strength, so the person was no doubt more powerful. Only Miss Amy could successfully pull something like that off. "Buckle up!" Gustav yelled while tapping on multiple buttons at a time. He was preparing to activate hyperjump since it was becoming difficult to outrun the being currently in pursuit. What if the person is friendly? Rhea questioned from behind. "Maybe I can kick you out, so you two can have a friendly chat then." "Far from the rest of us," Gustav retorted with all seriousness. Silence. "I don't know what he wants, but I certainly don't want to stick around to find out," Eldris stated. "Me neither," Gustav added. "Jump now." Endrick suddenly yelled. Gustav didn't need to be told twice before he pushed the hyperjump button. Their spacecraft suddenly pivoted forward, like a needle cutting through the fabric of space. They vanished in the next moment and reappeared in another part of space, completely void of the presence of the crimson being. "That's a day worth journey," Gustav announced that they had put a lot of distance between themselves and the hostel. "So we can get to our destination in 4 days then?" Rhea questioned. "That is right. I was hoping we wouldn't have to use hyperjump, but it couldn't be helped this time," Gustav mumbled. "I wonder who that person is, and what their objective could be." Eldris bore an expression of contemplation as he spoke. "SJ," Gustav called out. Zing. SJ appeared in the middle of the spacecraft, gleaming intensely. A red robe materialized into existence and covered its surface to dim the immense brightness. "Did you get a clear view?" Gustav questioned. SJ proceeded to create a holographic screen for everyone to see. On the screen was a clear image of the being they had just encountered. Its full structure was on display for them to see. "It's one of the faceless." "I should have known." Gustav nearly face-bombed. "The faceless." Eldris and Rhea voiced with puzzled looks. "One of 3 beings who are the last of their kind in the entire universe," Endrick briefly explained. "Are they very strong?" Rhea questioned. "Obviously, all 3 of them have been in existence for a millennium, and since they are rare, they have tried siring more of their species for a long time to no avail," Endrick added. "So what would they want with us?" Rhea asked. "More like what would they want with him?" Eldris turned to Gustav's direction. "Huh." Rhea was still confused. "The thing is, one of them is so obsessed with bearing more of their species that they would take any job so long as the reward gave information on the subject of interest. They could be killers, saviors, fighters, protectors." Endrick paused at that point. "Or even bounty hunters," Eldris chipped in. "Yes, or even bounty hunters. So long as whatever the reward is has information regarding what they require to create new offspring. It makes it very rare for them to accept any job, not because millions of people across the galaxy aren't trying to acquire their assistance on personal matters, but because meeting their requirements is borderline impossible," Endrick kept explaining. "Which means someone must have met their requirements this time. Most likely someone from the Alliance," Eldris added in understanding. "But how did they find us? It was almost like that faceless one knew we were coming. It was waiting for us." Eldris wasn't the only one interested in the answer to the question. Rhea was just as curious. "You see, the abilities of a faceless one is, how do I put it?" Endrick paused while holding his chin. "Unpredictable," Gustav stated. "Yes." "Unpredictable," Endrick nodded. "How so?" Eldris asked. Endrick stood to his feet and pointed at the holographic projection that displayed the faceless image. "Notice the branch-like hair!" Chapter 1433, Unexpected Setback. Endrick stood to his feet and pointed at the holographic projection that displayed the faceless image. Notice the branch-like hair? He questioned. Yeah, what about it? Rhea voiced. You see, their hair is actually a tree. Over time it has been called many names. The tree of creation, the tree of birth, the tree of life, and so on. Rhea kept staring at Endrick with curiosity, wondering where he was headed with his explanation. The thing is, this tree can bear fruits. When they pluck one of these fruits and consume it, it grants a random ability for a particular duration. Endrick's explanation left Rhea agape. So you're saying that they can technically make use of any ability? Rhea inquired. Yes, but not just that. They get the random ability scaled to a very high level depending on the age of the faceless one. And these are pretty old, so you can already guess just how strong an ability will be when they gain them. Not to mention that it sticks for an even longer duration with them, Endrick added with a grave tone. So this faceless one must have gained an ability that helped them locate us, Eldris mumbled in understanding. It makes sense now, Rhea leaned back looking bothered. But what happens when they run out of time? With abilities like that, they must be getting jumped all the time. I mean, who wouldn't want to eat a fruit that would give you a random ability? Rhea thought about the possibilities. You'll die if you ate from one of the fruits on their hair, Endrick pointed out. What? Rhea's eyes widened. It only works for them. Should someone else try to eat a fruit from them, they would explode to pieces and die, Endrick iterated. Rhea felt like Endrick had just burst his bubble. He couldn't help but think it was such a waste. If he or she or it found us before, they can certainly find us again. So what do we do? Rhea asked. They won't find us before we get Falco and Angie out of there. We can be 2 galaxies away after we get that done, Gustav answered from up ahead. Yeah, but we can't keep running, can we? This is a faceless one we're talking about, Endrick voiced from the side. It was a lot of trouble having what was considered one of the strongest beings in the universe chasing after them. At least it isn't the one with cosmic superiority, Gustav chuckled. Wait, one of them has that cosmic thing like you? One could almost spell the look of doom on Rhea's face as he questioned. Go figure, Gustav replied. We're screwed. No, we're not. Gustav has a plan, I'm sure, Rhea, Endrick, and Eldris voiced simultaneously. If I can trigger another meeting, maybe I can talk to the other faceless to get the one chasing us to back off, Gustav stated, but they didn't really get what he meant. Just keep your pants in a bunch till we're done dealing with the Angie and Falco situation, Gustav added. In the vast, unending expanse of space, where stars and galaxies weave together a twinkling display of the cosmos, a singular, faceless being floated in place. The entity, unlike any known creature, boasted a mane of vivid crimson hair that cascaded and branched out like the limbs of an ancient tree, each strand glowing with the life force of the universe. Amidst the celestial silence, it danced as old as time, conjuring visions with graceful movements. The space around the being warped and pulsed with unseen energies as if reality itself was bending to its will. Before it, a single strand of crimson hair, identical in hue to its ethereal locks, floated as a focus for its powers. The hair acted as a conductor, a focal point through which the being channeled the display of visions. As the being's unseen eyes fixated on the floating strand, the space around it began to shimmer and change. Visions emerged from the void, enveloping the strand like a series of transparent, floating screens. Each footage depicted a dirty, blonde-haired target, though the nature of the target remained obscured to any observer, known only to the being itself. The images flickered and shifted, displaying moments past, present, and potential futures, all centered around the being's interest. The scenes varied wildly. One moment, the target was traversing the desolate corners of a distant planet. The next, the target was engaged in a heated debate within the metallic walls of a spacefaring vessel. Each footage was a vignette, a window into a life or event that held significance in the grand design of the being's intentions. With a subtle movement, almost imperceptible, the being manipulated the scenes, zooming in on details or rewinding actions, as if searching for something. The crimson hair before it seemed to pulse with light, reacting to each adjustment and shift in focus, intensifying as the being's concentration deepened. Eventually, the being found what it was seeking within the footage, a moment or clue critical to its inscrutable goals. With a gesture, all the visions dissipated, fading back into the darkness from whence they came, leaving only one of them as well as the strand of crimson hair floating before the being. It then grabbed the strand while the last vision enlarged before it like a doorway. The form of the faceless suddenly blurred as it moved through dimensions unseen, leaving behind a trail of questions and a lingering echo of its presence in the vast, star-filled void. Stop being worried. We already put another day's worth of distance between us, Gustav said to Rhea while steering their spacecraft through the dark expanse. Big brother. Endrik suddenly voiced with an alarming tone. What is it? Gustav questioned, looking perplexed. Swerve. He yelled in response, causing Gustav to veer the spacecraft towards the left. It tilted in such a sharp and unexpected way that Rhea's strap ripped off and he went flying to the far end of the spacecraft. At the same instant Gustav swerved, space collapsed around their initial spot. With the collapse came the appearance of a faceless being with crimson, branch-like hair. It immediately became obvious that Endrik had already seen a premonition of the collision, so he changed their course before it could happen. He is back! What the hell? Ealdris and Rhea both yelled at the same time in disbelief. I put a lot of distance between us. How did he? Gustav was just as confused as the rest of them. You need to use the hyperjump now, Endrik voiced with an incredibly troubled look. Gustav didn't question him about what he might have seen and swiftly charged up the hyperjump. Too hush compared to the last time. The faceless being's pursuit was much faster. He was closing in on the spacecraft more furiously, as though wondering how his plans kept getting messed up. When he was close to making contact, Gustav pushed the hyperjump button. Just like the last time, they ripped through space like a needle, crossing a distance impossible to scale in a short amount of time. In a couple of seconds, they arrived in an entirely different location within space. Phew, we got away, Ealdris muttered. You think? Rhea voiced with a tone of trepidation. Not for long. I think. Gustav shook his head. I don't know how it keeps finding us. And there is no way he should be able to cross such a distance within a short amount of time. Not even Jack or Miss Amy can do that, Endrik pointed out with a distressed tone. The faceless are not supposed to be able to get the same ability twice in a row after consuming a fruit. It must have another way of doing this, Gustav analyzed with a look of skepticism. So what are we going to do? Rhea questioned. We should only be 2 days away from our destination now. Maybe we can get there before he pulls another one of these stunts. Gustav's mind was still majorly centered on saving Angie. Look, Gus, I want to save Angie and Falco as much as you do, but I think that we need to find a way to shake him off our tail permanently, or we might never get the chance to save them, Ealdris voiced from behind. Inasmuch as I... Guys! Rhea suddenly called out to them, shakily. What is it? They all voiced simultaneously. Isn't that? I think I saw that space rock or planet, what not before, he pointed at a red-hot, glowing orbital body in the distance. The others turned to stare in the direction he pointed and their eyes widened. We've been here before, Gustav stated with a tone of realization. What exactly is going on? Rhea voiced as an ominous feeling spread through the spacecraft. We just got set back by 5 days. Chapter 1434 stuck in a loop. While it was difficult to tell locations apart in space since the expansion of its reaches was beyond imaginable, there were subtle, noticeable hints in the surroundings. Even Rhea could spot an orbital body he had seen in the past. Much more Gustav, who never forgot anything or any view. What exactly is going on? Rhea voiced as an ominous feeling spread through the spacecraft. We just got set back by 5 days, Gustav answered, sounding perplexed. What do you mean set back by 5 days? Rhea questioned, looking baffled. I don't completely understand what you mean as well, Gus. If you're saying what I think you're saying, it shouldn't be possible, Ealdris analyzed with a disturbed look. Look at the time on the ship. Gustav pointed at a corner that displayed a calendar. The concept of time was difficult and elusive to understand, especially when one was traveling through space, but the calendar and time display within the spacecraft had been fine-tuned to mirror that of Earth. Before the hyperjump, the time displayed was 3:25, and after the jump, it changed to less than 17:01. The calendar was also 5 days backward, explaining how Gustav got to the conclusion that they had experienced a setback. So we went back to the past? When we just got through the dead man zone? Ealdris' voice tinged with apprehension. That's the only explanation, but I don't understand how this happened, Gustav responded from up ahead. It has to be the Faceless One. It must have used one of its freakish abilities to do this to us, Rhea voiced in horror. It shouldn't be able to send us 5 days back. That sort of time-related ability is unheard of, and the fact that we lost it, what does it gain from? Gustav's eyes suddenly widened. Since we got set back by 5 days, it also means we will bump into the Faceless One again. Gustav came to a sudden realization. He turned the spacecraft west to continue their journey in another direction. That is not the way, is it? Rhea questioned. We don't have a choice. For all we know, if we had continued on the same route, we would have bumped into the Faceless One again, and who knows what it might have done differently this time to get us. What if memories from the original timeline stay in its head? It probably won't make the same mistakes as last time. Gustav wasn't willing to risk it. Taking a different route would double the distance of their journey, but he felt it was a better option. In the cold, silent expanse of space, a spacecraft, sleek and angular with a distinctive pentagon shape, glided through the star-speckled darkness. Suddenly, the void itself seemed to pulse, a ripple in the fabric of space and time, heralding the arrival of an extraordinary entity. From the void, the being with the crimson hair emerged. Its appearance was as sudden as a starburst. The mane of vivid, tree-like hair billowed and flowed around it, casting eerie shadows and reflections off the metallic surfaces of the spacecraft. For a moment, the universe held its breath as two vastly different forms of existence confronted each other in the silent vacuum. He found us again. How is he here? I don't know, we passed a different route. The appearance of the Faceless One brought shock to their faces. The spacecraft sensors flared to life while alarms blared within the cockpit as Gustav pushed the engine to power at full throttle. The spacecraft leaped forward as it attempted to escape the incomprehensible being before it. The Faceless One followed right after without so much as a millisecond's delay. A chase ensued, a spectacle of light and motion. The spacecraft zigzagged through space, utilizing every maneuver in its arsenal, pushing its engines beyond their limits. It darted past asteroids and weaved through debris fields on its path in a desperate attempt to shake off the relentless pursuit. The Faceless One gave chase with an eerie grace, moving through space as if it were but another medium like water or air. It closed the distance between them with ease, unaffected by the physical barriers that impeded the spacecraft. For a moment, it seemed as though the being would overtake the fleeing vessel. Its outstretched tendrils of hair almost brushed against the ship's hull. But Gustav refused to let things end that way. Utilizing a risky slingshot maneuver around a nearby gravitational well, they managed to exponentially increase their velocity, propelling the spacecraft forward with a burst of speed that strained every rivet and panel. Gustav also activated a cannon blast that rippled through space and exploded right before the Faceless One. The Faceless One, caught off guard by the sudden acceleration and the clever use of celestial mechanics, slowed its pursuit. For a moment, it hovered in space. Its crimson hair swirled around it as it contemplated the spacecraft's escape. With an inscrutable gaze, it watched as the pentagon-shaped vessel turned into a needle that streaked into the distance. The spacecraft finally managed to elude its extraordinary pursuer. The faceless one floated in space silently for a while. Just when it was about to move, something attracted its attention. Drawing a small line with its fingertips that ripped through space like a zipper, the faceless one put its hand through the rip. It then pulled out a small device and created an air bubble around it. "Have you caught the fugitive?" A voice came from the device. "Skern Vito Walid Dalai," the faceless one responded in an unknown tongue that immediately got translated through the device. "Dash, what a terrible excuse. You said you could control what fruits your tree bears to give you a desirable ability to help capture him, and I provided you with the means to keep bearing the same fruit constantly. Yet you disappoint me. Exlyro miv efko iantu lek resrodi." Get him if you want to know how to bring new offspring. I have the answer, but if you don't stick to your end of the bargain, you're never getting it. At that moment, the voice from the device vanished, leaving the faceless one alone within the bubble. A strand of crimson hair that looked a bit similar to his appeared before him. The strand glowed brightly, and the faceless one started moving strangely. 10 days later, what are we going to do? He keeps finding us, Rhea questioned, looking tired. We've been at this for another 10 days, and every time we end up at the same location and time as before, Eldris mumbled in contemplation. 5 days setback. It never goes beyond 5 days before we are returned to that point in space beyond the dead man zone. Endrick was just as troubled as well. That's because we're not necessarily time traveling. I understand what it is now, Gustav stated. They all stared at him, waiting for him to spill, even though Endrick already had an idea of what he was going to say. It's a loop, Gustav revealed. We're stuck in a time loop. Eldris' eyes widened in realization. That is so cool. Rhea voiced an excitement, but soon noticed them shooting weird gazes at him. If only we were under better circumstances and we weren't getting chased by one of the strongest beings in the universe. He added with a small cough. How did this even happen? Eldris inquired quietly. We must have walked right into it the moment we got out of the dead man zone, Gustav pointed out firmly. He was waiting for us. I guess the faceless one must have set it up then, and we had no idea. Eldris shook his head in disbelief. What we should be concerned about now is getting out of it, so our course of time can continue undisturbed, Endrick stated. I can only think of 2 plausible options. We find the focal point and see if we can undo it, or we face the faceless one, Gustav listed out. Facing the faceless one shouldn't be an option unless we know how to beat him. Eldris shook his head. I can only think of one way of beating him, and it would be unwise of me to do that, since the Alliance could track me with it. Gustav decided to put the thought of facing the faceless one to the back of his mind. So we find the focal point, then? Rhea inquired. It is easier said than done. There is also no guarantee that we will be able to undo it after finding the focal point, Gustav responded in uncertainty. But it is a better option than facing you-know-who, Rhea voiced. I suppose it is. Gustav steered the spacecraft around at that moment. Endrick's forehead emitted a green glow as they traveled towards where it all began. You'll have to stop when we reach the region after the dead man zone. I want to try something, Endrick stated. Chapter 1435. Finding the focal point. You'll have to stop when we reach the region after the dead man zone. I want to try something, Endrick stated. Gustav nodded while steering forward undaunted. They needed to escape the clutches of the faceless one, so Gustav was open to any option. Maybe I should try triggering that right now. Gustav set the course for the spacecraft to head to the desired location, and after seeing the number of hours it would take for them to get there, he got off his seat. Where are you going? Ria questioned. To try contacting the other, faceless one. I'll be back, Gustav responded while walking off. Soon he arrived in one of the rooms within the aircraft and took a seat at the center. You sure are confident about this, the system voiced. If you're not going to give moral support, you might as well shut it, Gustav responded, internally sounding displeased. Oh, you my bad Captain Ameri. Shush, let me concentrate. It would be a lot faster if you tapped into your cosmic superiority. That would just help the MBO pinpoint my location. Unlike how I only use specks of it to deal with that general. I'd probably have to activate it in full strength, which is not an option. You seem to be forgetting one crucial detail. Immediately after the system spoke, Gustav opened his eyes. I didn't forget, it's just unreliable, he responded. Why so? Sure, we're in a loop, which means everything I do now will be reversed to a time where it never happened. But what if we get rid of the loop and instead of starting from the beginning of the 5-day checkpoint, we resume time at a different point? For instance, the exact point when we got rid of the loop, Gustav voiced with a troubled tone, if he activated cosmic superiority in full power and his worries came to pass, it would mean that he had given off his location, which would attract the Alliance that, on the other hand, if they got out of the loop and resumed time at the start of the region after the Dead Man Zone, then his actions would also never have happened and he would be in the clear. And one knew what the outcome would be, so Gustav never bothered to consider the option. I'd say do it and worry about your troubles later. Are you assuring me that, no, I am not? Then shut up. Silence. Gustav shut his eyes once more and tried to focus. The last time he managed to trigger a meeting with other cosmic superior beings, it happened like a dream. Recalling that he fell asleep, Gustav calmed himself to reenact the same scenario. Seconds turned into minutes and minutes into hours. The spacecraft was set to arrive at the region after the Dead Man Zone in 5 hours, and before Gustav knew it, for hours had gone by. This isn't working. He slowly opened his eyes with a look of defeat. You think? The system chimed in his head. I'll just use cosmic superiority. Gustav decided. I thought you said it wasn't feasible. Well, it doesn't seem like I have much of a choice. Since this gives me the chance to ask the most powerful faceless one for help, I'll take it. Gustav reached into the depths of his being after making his decision that a golden, cross-shaped glow suddenly appeared in the middle of his pupils as his entire eyes burst forth with a mixture of pinkish-red light. An incomprehensible presence of divinity captured the entire spacecraft and spread hundreds of miles across space. Endrick, Ealdris, and Ria all felt a sense of reverence overcome them as the aura spread. Gustav was of course responsible for the change in the surroundings. Due to activating cosmic superiority, his cosmic energy had grown so powerful that it could be felt from a very far distance, and no matter how strong a being was, Gustav's cosmic superiority would have had some sort of effect on them if they happened to stand before him. However, he seemed to have other plans in mind for activating it that day. Gustav's mind bridged on what happened the other day when he fell asleep, how he met with the other cosmic superior beings in some sort of space that didn't exist in the normal world. His cosmic superiority turned into a kind of signal at that point, spreading to the far reaches of galaxies and drawing the attention of specific beings that Gustav's eyes remained closed as he focused on his objective. It didn't take long before he found himself in the same space as before, the space void of matter and time where unknown beings suddenly began to appear one after the other. The Earthling has summoned us again. What do you think you are doing, child? We understand you performed the act unknowingly the last time, but what is your excuse now? Speak. Their voices oozed with authority as they spoke in annoyance. They were around 7 in number, depicting the number of cosmic superior beings that existed in the entire universe except Gustav. Oh, so that is what happened before. I summoned them. I still can't remember all of what happened. I apologize, but it was a necessary action. Gustav turned to stare at his target. Faceless one, your second is on the hunt for me, Gustav said to the one standing at the edge of the space, Just like the faceless one chasing them, it also lacked the properties of a face. Eyes, mouth, nose, ears, all missing. However, its branch-like, crimson hair seemed to be longer than the other. "What is it you expect me to do about that?" The faceless one spoke in a different tongue, but Gustav fully understood. "He puts my little brother and friends at risk with such. I do not understand how he keeps finding me, but you need to tell him to back down," Gustav voiced with a threatening tone, causing all other cosmic superior beings to stare at the faceless one. "This has nothing to do with us. There will be consequences next time Gustav Crimson summons us for personal reasons. I'm off as well." The cosmic superior beings began to vanish from space, one after the other. The faceless one raised one of his hands to pat his head and grunted in annoyance. "Epheve took from my hair," he voiced, "so that's its name." Epheve, Gustav took note. "Okay, so what does that have to do with this?" Gustav inquired. "That is why he can find you. Cosmic superior beings are linked. Epheve is using my hair to make connection to you. You will never be able to escape," the faceless one explained. "So I'm in danger because you couldn't stop someone from snatching a piece of your hair? That is rather lousy," Gustav pointed out. "Do not insult me, Gustav Crimson," the faceless one stated with an infuriated look. "Then do the right thing and get him away from us. I am tired of this ceaseless pursuit," Gustav responded while drawing closer. "I cannot help you. Epheve must be doing this to get information on how he can create offspring. He will not stop until he does what is needed to be done." The faceless one shook his head. "Then stop him," Gustav demanded. "We the faceless don't do things that way, child." The faceless one vanished after responding. Gustav was left in space alone. "If I end him, I'd better not see your sorry ass coming for revenge." He decided to leave the space as well, causing his consciousness to return to his body. "That was a waste," he voiced while getting to his feet. "Look on the bright side. At least you managed to piss off a room full of the most powerful beings in the universe." "Fuck you." "Gus, we're here," Eldris's voice called out from outside the room. "I only spent a few minutes in there, and an hour already went by." Gustav still felt there was a lot he didn't understand, but decided to step out of the room. The spacecraft was starting to slow down, and he could feel it. Arriving back in the control room, Gustav could see that they had truly arrived at their destination. "I'm heading out," Endrik said while patting Gustav's shoulder and moving towards the exit. "Be careful. Let us know if you notice anything," Gustav voiced in concern. Endrik nodded before snapping his finger. A telekinetic space with oxygen surrounded him as he stepped out of the spacecraft and flew to its top. His forehead, which was emitting a green light, intensified in glow as an unfathomable power spread across the part of outer space. "Can you find it, Husarius?" Endrik inquired. "There is no conventional method, but if it is around here, I should be able to sense it," Husarius's voice beamed. Within the spacecraft, Rhea questioned Gustav about what he had spent the last 5 hours doing. "I was trying to get Epheve off our back." "That's the name of the faceless one after us, or specifically after me?" Gustav clarified. "Any luck with that?" Chapter 1436. Escaping Epheve clutches. "I was trying to get Epheve off our back." "That's the name of the faceless one after us, or specifically after me?" Gustav clarified. "Epheve, that's a weird name," Rhea stated bluntly. "You should hear the name of the cosmic superior faceless one." Gustav wondered what Rhea would call that if he knew of it. "I tried to get him to help us take Epheve off our case," Gustav added. "Any luck with that?" Eldris inquired. "Nah," he said, "he can't do that. It isn't the way of the faceless, whatever that means," Gustav responded. "Bummer," Rhea mumbled. "He mentioned something else." Gustav paused for a bit with a disturbed expression. "He said the reason Epheve keeps getting to us is because he has a piece of his hair," Gustav revealed. What does his hair have to do with this? Rhea questioned. Cosmic superiority beings are linked, so he uses the cosmic strand to link us and locates us each time, Gustav explained. Gustav watched as shock plastered all over Rhea and Eldris's faces after his revelation. Is there any way we can get it from him? Eldris asked. Even if we did, we would still have this loop problem. Gustav shook his head softly. Isn't Endrick taking care of that at the moment? Rhea said while looking around. There's no guarantee that he will find it. A plan began formulating in Gustav's head immediately after he spoke. I have an... Before Gustav could complete his sentence, space pulsated rhythmically up ahead. They all turned to stare in the northeast direction in horror. He's here, Eldris stated. Endrick! Gustav yelled and vanished. Fuhom, he reappeared atop the spacecraft and reached out to grab Endrick, who was floating while emitting a powerful green glow from his figure. Earth, within a broad space, lay an exemplar of sophistication and high-class design. Its expansive dimensions were accentuated by the minimalist, yet opulent decor, where the interplay of natural light and shadows cast a serene ambience, conducive to focused deliberation. The room was encased in panels of dark, rich mahogany, their polished surfaces reflecting the subdued lighting from the elegant, recessed ceiling fixtures, creating an atmosphere of warmth and exclusivity. At the heart of the boardroom lay a grand, elongated table, its surface a flawless expanse of gleaming, jet, black marble. There was no question that the imposing centerpiece commanded respect. Its sleek, reflective top mirroring the solemn expressions of those seated around it. Around the table, figures clad in authoritative uniforms convened, their attire a testament to their positions of power within the MBO. Medals and insignias, symbols of achievements and rank, glinted under the soft lighting, adding a touch of solemnity and pride to the gathering. What is this talk about sending more of our officers to the Alliance? The officer backing the ceiling-high window that offered a breathtaking view of the city skyline, voiced in bafflement. It was requested by the Alliance to capture the fugitive Gustav Crimson. General Chell answered from the other end. They have enough forces. It is unwise for us to give more, another general voiced his opinion. Other planets agreed, so it would be odd if we decided not to, General Chell responded. Yes, capturing Gustav Crimson should be the #1 priority, another officer agreed with General Chell. With all due respect, we have already put a lot of resources into capturing Gustav Crimson. At this point, we are starting to neglect that there are bigger issues to take care of right here on our planet and not out there in the stars, Commander Zanatus, who was also present, stated with a respectful yet assertive tone. We have enough forces to handle whatever is on the ground just as much as what is in the sky, General Chell responded. Not according to recent data. Another officer shook their head while putting up a bunch of holographic statistics. The meeting seemed to be split between two sides. One side was with General Chell, while the other side disagreed with him. Grand Commander Cheyenne, what is your take on this? Commander Zanatus said to an aged-looking man with a diamond shard in his forehead. Enough with the bickering. The Grand Commanders will decide on this later. For now, this meeting is adjourned, Grand Commander Cheyenne stated with an authoritative tone. Minutes after the meeting came to an end, General Chell approached Grand Commander Cheyenne. We need to make a move now, or we are going to lose Gustav to the Draconites, he stated. What do you mean by that? Grand Commander Cheyenne inquired with a suspicious expression. They employed a very powerful entity to capture him. Who? Amidst the serenity of space where stars twinkled like distant lighthouses guiding the wanderers of the cosmos, a spacecraft, its design unconventional with a distinct pentagon shape, could be spotted floating in place. Atop this vessel were two remarkable-looking figures. The first figure, an individual with curly black hair, floated slightly above the vessel. On his forehead, a green glowing that pulsed with an ethereal light, marking him as someone of significant power and mystique. Around him, an aura of formidable energy emanated, pushing against the very fabric of space, distorting the area with an invisible force. His eyes were focused, reflecting a resolve that was both calming and intimidating. Beside him, the second figure, with dirty blonde hair, exuded a different kind of significance. The individual carried a weight in their demeanor, a target of unimaginable value. It was that figure that beckoned the extraordinary, drawing forth the presence of divinity. Without warning, the space before the spacecraft distorted, a rippling effect that heralded the arrival of the entity with crimson, tree-like hair. It materialized with silent grace, floating before the vessel, its hair billowing in an unseen cosmic wind. The entity's appearance was mesmerizing, its hair glowing with a deep, rich hue that contrasted starkly against the backdrop of space. The moment of confrontation was electric, charged with an unseen tension that gripped the void. Endrick's eyes remained closed, almost like he was lost in a trance. Gustav reached out to touch him, but the energy that emanated from Endrick's figure repelled his hand. With the Epheve right before him, Gustav decided to make a last-minute decision. A bold move. He launched himself into the vacuum of space, propelling away from the spacecraft in the opposite direction. His movement was swift, a desperate bid to draw the crimson-haired being away, sacrificing his safety, since he seemed to be headed back for the dead man's zone. The faceless one stood in place for a bit, seemingly confounded, but soon his gaze shifted, locking onto the fleeing figure with an intensity that belied its serene appearance. With a fluid motion, it gave chase, moving through space with an ease that defied physics. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure morphed as he wove through asteroids and debris, pushing his limits in a desperate bid to outrun the faceless one, even though he knew it was impossible. He aimed to get Epheve as far away from the spacecraft as possible, so the others could get out of there, and the only chance he felt he had at achieving this was by heading back to the dead man zone. That made it impossible for any being of matter to pass through. Fwish, they both transcend unimaginable speed as Epheve closes in on him. Meanwhile, back on the spacecraft, Endrick suddenly opened his eyes. "I found the focal point," he voiced before blinking. Twiwi, he reappeared within the spacecraft that was already veering forward with Eldris taking charge. "Where is Gustav?" Endrick inquired with a slightly befuddled look. "We need to get out of here now, or he won't be safe," Eldris stated before powering up the hyper-jump. Endrick's face lit up in realization as the recent events played out in his head. "Husarius, why didn't you tell me?" He yelled out. Breaking concentration would have prevented us from finding the focal point. Husarius answered without an ounce of remorse, while the spacecraft turned into a line that streaked forward with intensity on the outside. Gustav closed in on a massive net wriggling with violent throngs of energy. "I know what you are planning. I won't let you." The voice of the faceless one thrummed across space as it suddenly accelerated. Fusum! Before Gustav could reach the net, Epheve reached him. Gustav tried to evade, but Epheve caught him by the neck and held him in place as Gustav struggled powerlessly. "Now I have you." His voice reached Gustav's hearing once more, even though he wasn't speaking. "Do you?" A smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face as he stared at a countdown. 1. A burst of sky-blue light suddenly emanated from his wrist, completely consuming his figure. Gustav vanished in the next moment, causing Epheve's hand to close in on nothing. No. Although Epheve was faceless, one could sense the frustration in his voice as infuriating energy spread forth from his being. Chapter 1437. Finding the Focal Point. "You'll have to stop when we reach the region after the Dead Man Zone. I want to try something," Endrick stated. Gustav nodded while steering forward, undaunted. They needed to escape the clutches of the faceless one, so Gustav was open to any option. "Maybe I should try triggering that right now." Gustav set the course for the spacecraft to head to the desired location, and after seeing the number of hours it would take for them to get there, he got off his seat. "Where are you going?" Rhea questioned, to try contacting the other faceless one. "It'll be back," Gustav responded while walking off. Soon he arrived in one of the rooms within the aircraft and took a seat at the center. "You sure are confident about this," the system voiced. "If you're not going to give moral support, you might as well shut it," Gustav responded, internally sounding displeased. "Oh, you, my bad, Captain Ameri." "Shush, let me concentrate. It would be a lot faster if you tapped into your cosmic superiority. That would just help the MBO pinpoint my location, unlike how I only use specks of it to deal with that general. I'd probably have to activate it in full strength, which is not an option. You seem to be forgetting one crucial detail." Immediately after the system spoke, Gustav opened his eyes. "I didn't forget. It's just unreliable," he responded. "Why so?" "Sure, we're in a loop, which means everything I do now will be reversed to a time where it never happened. But what if we get rid of the loop, and instead of starting from the beginning of the 5-day checkpoint, we resume time at a different point? For instance, the exact point when we got rid of the loop," Gustav voiced with a troubled tone. "If he activated cosmic superiority in full power and his worries came to pass, it would mean that he had given off his location, which would attract the Alliance. On the other hand, if they got out of the loop and resumed time at the start of the region after the Dead Man Zone, then his actions would also never have happened and he would be in the clear. No one knew what the outcome would be, so Gustav never bothered to consider the option. I'd say do it and worry about your troubles later." "Are you assuring me that?" "No, I am not." "Then shut up." Silence. Gustav shut his eyes once more and tried to focus. The last time he managed to trigger a meeting with other cosmic superior beings, it happened like a dream. I'm off as well. The cosmic superior beings began to vanish from space, one after the other. The faceless one raised one of his hands to pat his head and grunted in annoyance. "Eve took from my hair," he voiced. "So that's its name." Eve, Gustav took note. "Okay, so what does that have to do with this?" Gustav inquired. "That is why he can find you. Cosmic superior beings are linked. If Eve is using my hair to make connection to you, you will never be able to escape," the faceless one explained. "So I'm in danger because you couldn't stop someone from snatching a piece of your hair? That is rather lousy," Gustav pointed out. "Do not insult me, Gustav Crimson," the faceless one stated with an infuriated look. "Then do the right thing and get him away from us." "I am tired of this ceaseless pursuit," Gustav responded while drawing closer. "I cannot help you. Eve must be doing this to get information on how he can create offspring. He will not stop until he does what is needed to be done." The faceless one shook his head. "Then stop him," Gustav demanded. "We the faceless don't do things that way, child." The faceless one vanished after responding. Gustav was left in space alone. If I end him, I'd better not see you're sorry as coming for revenge. He decided to leave the space as well, causing his consciousness to return to his body. "That was a waste," he voiced while getting to his feet. "Look on the bright side. At least you managed to piss off a room full of the most powerful beings in the universe." "Fuck you. Gus, we're here," Eldris' voice called out from outside the room. "I only spent a few minutes in there, and an hour already went by." Gustav still felt there was a lot he didn't understand, but decided to step out of the room. The spacecraft was starting to slow down, and he could feel it. Arriving back in the control room, Gustav could see that they had truly arrived at their destination. "I'm heading out," Endrik said while patting Gustav's shoulder and moving towards the exit. "Be careful. Let us know if you notice anything," Gustav voiced in concern. Endrik nodded before snapping his finger. A telekinetic space with oxygen surrounded him as he stepped out of the spacecraft and flew to its top. His forehead, which was emitting a green light, intensified in glow as an unfathomable power spread across that part of outer space. "Can you find it, Husarius?" Endrik inquired. "There's no conventional method, but if it is around here, I should be able to sense it," Husarius' voice beamed. Within the spacecraft, Rhea questioned Gustav about what he had spent the last 5 hours doing. I was trying to get Epheve off our back. That's the name of the faceless one after us, or specifically, after me, Gustav clarified. Any luck with that? Chapter 1438, Escaping Epheve Clutches. I was trying to get Epheve off our back. That's the name of the faceless one after us, or specifically, after me, Gustav clarified. Epheve. That's a weird name, Rhea stated bluntly. You should hear the name of the cosmic, superior, faceless one. Gustav wondered what Rhea would call that if he knew of it. I tried to get him to help us take Epheve off our case, Gustav added. Any luck with that? Eldris inquired. Nah. He said he can't do that. It isn't the way of the faceless. Whatever that means, Gustav responded. Bummer, Rhea mumbled. He mentioned something else. Gustav paused for a bit with a disturbed expression. He said the reason Epheve keeps getting to us is because he has a piece of his hair, Gustav revealed. What does his hair have to do with this? Rhea questioned. Cosmic superiority beings are linked. So he uses the cosmic strand to link us and locates us each time, Gustav explained. Gustav watched as shock plastered all over Rhea and Eldris' faces after his revelation. Is there any way we can get it from him? Eldris asked. Even if we did, we would still have this loop problem. Gustav shook his head softly. Isn't Endrick taking care of that at the moment? Rhea said while looking around. There's no guarantee that he will find it. A plan began formulating in Gustav's head immediately after he spoke. I have an. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, space pulsated rhythmically up ahead. They all turned to stare in the northeast direction in horror. He's here, Eldris stated. Endrick. Gustav yelled and vanished. Fuhom, he reappeared atop the spacecraft and reached out to grab Endrick, who was floating while emitting a powerful green glow from his figure. Earth, within a broad space, lay an exemplar of sophistication and high-class design. Its expansive dimensions were accentuated by the minimalist yet opulent decor, where the interplay of natural light and shadows cast a serene ambience, conducive to focused deliberation. In a bold move, he launched himself into the vacuum of space, propelling away from the spacecraft in the opposite direction. His movement was swift, a desperate bid to draw the crimson-haired being away, sacrificing his safety since he seemed to be headed back for the dead man zone. The faceless one stood in place for a bit, seemingly confounded, but soon his gaze shifted, locking onto the fleeing figure with an intensity that belied its serene appearance. With a fluid motion, it gave chase, moving through space with an ease that defied physics. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure morphed as he wove through asteroids and debris, pushing his limits in a desperate bid to outrun the faceless one, even though he knew it was impossible. He aimed to get Epheve as far away from the spacecraft as possible so the others could get out of there, and the only chance he felt he had at achieving this was by heading back to the dead man zone that made it impossible for any being of matter to pass through. Fwish, they both transcend unimaginable speed as Epheve closes in on him. Meanwhile, back on the spacecraft, Endrick suddenly opened his eyes. I found the focal point, he voiced before blinking. Twiwi, he reappeared within the spacecraft that was already veering forward with Eldris taking charge. Where is Gustav? Endrick inquired with a slightly befuddled look. We need to get out of here now, or he won't be safe, Eldris stated before powering up the hyperjump. Endrick's face lit up in realization as the recent events played out in his head. Husarius, why didn't you tell me? He yelled out. Breaking concentration would have prevented us from finding the focal point. Husarius answered without an ounce of remorse, while the spacecraft turned into a line that streaked forward with intensity. On the outside, Gustav closed in on a massive net wriggling with violent throngs of energy. I know what you are planning. I won't let you. The voice of the faceless one thrummed across space as it suddenly accelerated. Fusum, before Gustav could reach the net, Epheve reached him. Gustav, tried to evade, but a Five caught him by the neck and held him in place as Gustav struggled powerlessly. "Now I have you." His voice reached Gustav's hearing once more, even though he wasn't speaking. "Do you?" A smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face as he stared at a countdown. 1. A burst of sky-blue light suddenly emanated from his wrist, completely consuming his figure. Gustav vanished in the next moment, causing Ifeve's hand to close in on nothing. No. Although Ifeve was faceless, one could sense the frustration in his voice as infuriating energy spread forth from his being. Chapter 1439, the exit point in a bit. They were floating before the endless void of space, ready to take on the repelling force before them. Gustav, with his dirty blonde hair framing a visage marked by determination, gazed out into the void, his mind racing with strategies and possibilities. Beside him, Endrik flexed his fingers, the air around them shimmering slightly as he prepared to wield his telekinesis. Ealdris opened his eyes, reflecting the vastness of space, stood calm, and maintained his composure. Rhea, muscles tensed and energy crackling at his fingertips, drew from the distant power of a star. No one knew he was capable of it initially, but it wasn't the time to question him. Their mission was clear: breach the repellent force that stood between them and the dark, desiccated planet hidden at the center of the universe. A planet is visible only to Gustav at the moment. Endrik flew forward first, and with a deep breath extended his hands. The space before them twisted under the force of his telekinesis. Invisible strands of energy weaved together, forming a lattice aimed at piercing the barrier. Yet, despite his efforts and the raw power at his command, the barrier remained. Endrik even tried letting his telekinesis go through the repelling force, but it was still the same result. "It's like pushing against the fabric of the universe itself," Endrik said, frustration lacing his voice. "There's no giving, no breaking point." Next, Rhea channeled the energy he had drawn from the distant star, his body aglow with a fierce, incandescent light. With a roar that echoed through the vacuum of space, he launched himself forward, his fist aimed at the center. Even before he could make contact, the repelling force was already slowing him down. However, the strike was still immensely powerful. The impact sent ripples through space, a spectacle of light and energy that would awe any onlooker. Yet there was no breach in the repelling force. Ealdris transformed their surroundings into a colorless void. In the altered state, he attempted to weaken the repelling force or render it null. But as his powers reached out, they found no purchase. The repelling force existed beyond the reach of the altercation. Ealdris shook his head in defeat. The others understood at that moment that their abilities weren't working on the surroundings, but they still needed to keep trying. Hours passed as they regrouped and tried various strategies. Even then, their powers were unable to find a weakness in the repelling force. Gustav gazed into the distance, while different options ran through his mind. At that moment, he made a conscious decision. From his storage space, he retrieved golden and green boots, their appearance ancient, yet imbued with a power that felt alive, almost conscious. The Void Stepper was an artifact that was said to defy the limitations of movement and travel. "What are those?" Rhea asked, his curiosity piqued by the boots' unmistakable aura. "An old legend," Endrik replied while turning to stare at Gustav, who was strapping the boots onto his feet. "They're said to step through the void itself, to travel where one wished without regard for barriers or distances." He added. Silence fell on the group, a mixture of skepticism and hope, as Gustav stood ready. "Are you sure?" Endrik asked Gustav. "You're asking if I am sure about taking a step forward and finding myself within the epicenter instead of 3 galaxies away with half my body disintegrated?" "Nah, I'm not," Gustav answered with a poker face as opposed to his concern. "Don't worry. I'll try not to overdo it," Gustav added before they could speak. With a breath that felt like it could be his last, he took a step forward. The boots glowed brightly, a beacon in the darkness, and in an instant, Gustav vanished from sight. Gustav reappeared light minutes away from his initial location and found himself standing before the dark planet. He turned back, shooting a glance into the distance where the repellent force existed that now separated him from the others. He activated the comm link, and his voice was transmitted straight into their ears. "I'm here." The boots worked. "I've crossed in and no longer feel the repellent force." Eldris' voice beamed through, a blend of relief and excitement. "Great. Do you still see the planet?" Gustav's gaze swept over the desolate landscape. "Yeah, it's in an even worse state than I had expected." Outside the repelling perimeter, Endrik, Eldris, and Rhea nodded in understanding. "Will you be able to take us with you?" Endrik inquired. "It is really difficult to control." "I feel like one misstep would cost a lot," Gustav said internally. "Maybe you shouldn't then," the system responded in his head. "Now I have to. If I could split myself in two, I wouldn't need them, but I can't," Gustav answered while turning around. "You made use of your body weight to balance the movement and control the void stepper to an extent. Take them one after the other, so it doesn't offset that balance by much," the system suggested. Sure. Hold on, I'm coming back for each of you. Prepare yourselves," he announced to the others with resolve. Gustav took a step forward, appearing before the others in an instant. The control over the void stepper's power required intense concentration, a balancing act between his will and the ancient sacred item of capricious energy. He began to take them in, one after the other. With each journey back, Gustav felt the boots' power testing his limits, as if challenging his right to wield their might. First, he reached for Eldris, his calm demeanor belying his anticipation of the unknown that awaited him. Gustav extended his hand, and as their fingers touched, a surge of energy enveloped them. With a step forward, they traversed the perimeter of the repellent force, yielding to the void stepper's ancient command. Eldris held his breath at the sight that greeted him. The dark planet, a vista of ruins and desolation, yet undeniably beautiful in its starkness. "Incredible," he whispered, his voice a mix of awe and trepidation. Next, Gustav returned for Endrik. As they stepped through the perimeter together, Endrik's mind raced with questions and hypotheses about the barrier's origins. Lastly, Gustav took Rhea across the barrier. The strength that emanated from Rhea was comforting, a steadfast presence in the face of the uncertainty that lay ahead. As they set foot on the dark planet, Rhea clenched his fists, ready for whatever challenges they may face. After all, it was pretty much the last step standing between them and the rescue of their friends. Together again, the four stood on the brink of exploration, their mission clear, yet daunting. The exit point. The exit point was the precise location where the mundane one had told them to perform the ritual for opening the rifts. He had given them details of how the place looked and how to reach there. The planet, however, was not without its dangers. They had been warned of the vanishing wind, an eerie phenomenon that swept across the surface unseen. The slightest contact with the wind could displace any living being to an unknown location, a risk that would add an extra layer of peril to their journey. "We need to be vigilant. The vanishing wind is invisible and unpredictable. Stick close and watch each other's backs," Gustav instructed, his leadership unquestioned. Using their natural speed to navigate the surroundings might prove more dangerous, so they decided to set it aside. They proceeded with caution, their senses heightened to the subtlest of cues. The planet's surface was a labyrinth of ruins, each step revealing that civilization had once thrived there. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of their boots on the desiccated soil. Hours passed as they navigated through the ruins, the sense of desolation deepening with every step. Despite the dangers, there was a beauty in the desolation, a reminder of the planet's vibrant past and the fleeting nature of existence. Finally, After what seemed like an eternity, they arrived at a vast clearing. In its center stood an ancient structure, its architecture defying the ravages of time. It was none other than the exit point, its presence almost mystical in the desolate surroundings. The monolithic structure was proof that they were in the right place, which meant that the time had finally arrived. "Are you guys ready?" Gustav asked them. "I didn't come all this way to back down now," Rhea voiced in response. "We're rescuing them both, and nothing can stop us," Ealdris added resolutely. Endrik only nodded in response, but one could see the chilling expression on his face. He rubbed the bracelet on his right wrist, causing it to emit a mild gleam. "I need all the help I can get on this," he said internally. "Endrik." "The items," Gustav called out to him. Endrik nodded, then rummaged through his personal storage space with practiced ease, producing a collection of items that would seem bizarre to any uninformed onlooker, but were essential to their task. Among the items were the horns of an unknown beast, curling into the air with a malevolent grace, the heart of a mixed blood, still and silent, and an assortment of personal items, including a piece of clothing and a comb. Chapter 1440, Unsettling Omen. Endrik laid out the items, forming a perimeter around a drawn runic circle. The runes, etched into the ground with a precision that spoke of ancient knowledge, seemed to dance in the fading light, awaiting an infusion of energy to awaken them from their slumber. They all stepped forward as Gustav directed them to stand in specific positions. Gustav and Ealdris stood at opposite ends of the circle, their hands extended as they gathered energy that permeated the ancient circle. Rhea and Endrik moved around the perimeter, ensuring each item resonated with the energy being channeled. As the ritual progressed, the air around them became charged, the boundary between the physical and the ethereal blurring. The runes started to glow, a soft light at first, growing in intensity with each passing moment until the circle became a beacon of pulsating energy. "Endrik, now," Gustav announced, his voice steady, a counterpoint to the storm of energy that raged around them. Endrik's forehead emitted a bright green glow at that moment, causing the energy of the time candidate to spread across the vicinity. He wasn't making use of his telekinesis. Only Husarius was at work. The energy around them peaked a crescendo of light and power that enveloped the group, the ancient items, and the runic circle in a dome of radiant energy. The heart of the mixed blood pulsed once, a beat that resonated through the ground and into the very fabric of the universe. And then, as suddenly as it began, the energy receded, the light dimming until only the glow of the runes remained. Thrigs, a violent ripping sound, suddenly resonated across the surroundings, and in the next moment, two rifts started to materialize, one on each side of the monolith. The rifts continuously extended, till they became large enough to form a passageway. Gustav opened his eyes and looked around at his companions in the intensity of the moment. "We've done it. It is time to rescue them," Ealdris voiced with a tone of seriousness. Rhea gulped as the moment had been long anticipated. "That one should lead to Falco, while this one leads to Angie." Gustav pointed at the one directly perpendicular to his location. "Which one do you want to take?" Endrik asked. It was a difficult question that Gustav hadn't been able to answer in weeks. He always said that he would cross the bridge when he got there, and they had finally gotten there, but he still hesitated. I don't know what Falco might have become, so despite this being a rescue, he might still be a threat. There should be fewer complications with Angie, so I should let them handle bringing her back instead of going myself. I'll take on the bigger threat, so as not to jeopardize their safety. Gustav put the whole situation into retrospective view and made a calculated decision. "Are you sure about that?" The system inquired internally. "It's the best choice, a safer option for them," Gustav answered. The system bothered him no more afterward, and Gustav decided to make his decision known. "It'll leave getting Angie back into the hands of you too." He pointed at Endrik and Ealdris. He believed that with their capabilities they would be able to handle that much. "Rhea, you're with me," Gustav said while moving towards the left. All right. And Drick nodded before heading towards the right. Use the cloaking tool and try as much as possible not to attract any presence. The rift will only be open for 3 hours. Afterward, anyone still within will be stuck in the other dimension forever, Gustav warned. Then, let us not waste another moment. Ealdris peered forward in determination. Together, they stepped forward, leaving the ancient structure and the activated runic circle behind. The path before them was uncharted, a journey that promised imminent danger and destruction, yet they remained unfettered. In the far reaches of the cosmos, nestled within a constellation seldom gazed upon by human eyes, laid a planet unlike any other. This world, known to its inhabitants as Orion, was a marvel of natural beauty and ethereal landscapes. Its sky, a canvas of vibrant hues, reflected the diverse and rich life forms that called Orion home. Among those beings were the ethereals, a race distinguished by their luminous halo-like rings that floated gracefully above their skulls and magnificent wings that unfurled with the colors of the dawn. The ethereals resided in a society governed by wisdom, harmony, and the pursuit of enlightenment. High-ranking members of the society often gathered in a council, held in a location as breathtaking as their appearance, a floating citadel of light and crystal, suspended in the sky by ancient power known only to them. It was within that citadel that a council meeting unlike any other was taking place. As the meeting commenced, the chamber was filled with the soft glow of the ethereal's halos, casting ethereal shadows on the walls. The council members, each representing different facets of ethereal society, were seated in a circle, their wings gently folded behind them. At the head of the circle sat the Archon, a figure of noble stature, whose halo shined with a brilliance that signified their leadership. "Esteemed members of the council," the Archon began, its voice echoing softly in the crystalline chamber. "We are gathered here to discuss a matter of grave concern. Reports have emerged from the edges of our solar system of a phenomenon that disturbs the very fabric of our reality. Whispers of an omen of destruction plague our people, stirring unrest and fear." A murmur of concern spread among the council members, their halos flickering with unease. "Surely we cannot lend credence to mere superstitions," argued Sraffel, a council member known for their rational mind and keen insights. "Our ancestors have long taught us to seek explanations in the stars, not in the shadows of fear. Yet we cannot ignore the signs," countered Lumina, a member whose wisdom was often sought in matters of the arcane. "The celestial alignments speak of a truth we must acknowledge. The stars do not lie, and their message is clear. We face a threat that could unravel the very essence of Orion. It is much better to take it seriously than end up like the Osis." The council descended into a debate, their voices rising and falling like the tides. Some members dismissed the phenomenon as an unfounded basis for panic, arguing that their advanced knowledge and capabilities could withstand any challenge. Others, however, sensed the weight of the prophecy and feared that dismissing it could lead to their downfall. As the discussion reached an impasse, the Archon raised a hand for silence. "It is clear that we stand divided on this matter," they stated, their voice calm but firm. "However, we must act for the welfare of our people and our planet. There is one among us, a being of unparalleled insight and power, who can traverse the boundaries of our knowledge and seek the truth." Heads nodded in agreement, the tension in the room easing at the mention of the revered figure. "We speak of the Crackle," the Archon continued. "Let us call upon them to investigate this disturbing phenomenon. Only then can we truly understand the nature of the threat and decide our course of action." The council members rose, their wings unfurling in a display of unity and resolve. In the unfathomable reaches of a dimension far beyond the confines of human understanding laid an expanse where the fabric of reality twists into configurations impossible to grasp. The realm, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, defied the very notions of space and time. It was a place where time did not flow, standing still in a perpetual now that stretched into infinity. The concept of distance there was equally elusive. Locations seemed both infinitely far and unsettlingly close, creating an overwhelming sense of disorientation. The structure of the higher dimension existed in a state that could only be described as roundabout and yet hollow. It was as if the very essence of being was both condensed into a single point and dispersed across an endless void. The darkness that enveloped everything was not merely the absence of light, but a palpable entity that seemed to consume any semblance of warmth or comfort. It whispered about forgotten ages and lost existences, filling the atmosphere with an eerie sense of ancientness and otherworldliness. Amidst this indescribable setting, two figures emerged, their presence an anomaly in the timeless expanse. One with dirty blonde hair and the other with hair as dark as the void around them. They stood as stark contrasts not only to each other, but to the very fabric of the dimension itself. Their arrival was silent, unnoticed by the unseen forces that dwelled within the darkness. Yet it was a bold defiance of the natural order of the place. The vicinity ahead of them, if one could even call it that in a place devoid of physical landmarks, appeared as a fluctuating mirage. It was an area where the dense darkness seemed to swirl with a purpose, hiding secrets that had never been witnessed by mortal eyes. Chapter 1441, Rescuing Falco. The aim of the two figures seemed to be the infiltration of the zone, driven by motives known only to themselves. The sensation of being in the dimension was nothing short of overwhelming, the absence of time rendering every moment eternal and every second a lifetime of experience. The eerie silence was broken only by the sound of their movements, which seemed muffled and distant in the dense atmosphere. The air was thick with an unnameable essence, making every breath an effort and every step a venture into the unknown. Web-like threads spread with every single movement, causing their faces to twist with worry. As they advanced, the reality around them seemed to react, shifting and morphing in ways that challenged comprehension. Indescribable shapes flickered in the periphery of their vision, and mute sounds echoed through the void. It felt as though the dimension itself was both aware and unaware of their presence. Emerging from the swirling vortex of darkness, Gustav and Ria found themselves within a realm that defied logic. They were surrounded by gargantuan rocky structures, each floating in the void, yet connected by chains longer and more massive than any skyscraper conceived by human imagination. The chains, forged from an unknown material, shimmered with an ethereal light, casting eerie shadows that danced across the void. The darkness there was alive, pulsating with a malevolent energy that seemed to watch and whisper. As they cautiously navigated the surreal landscape, their eyes were drawn to a distant figure. The being, humanoid yet distinctly otherworldly, stood in stark contrast against the oppressive darkness. A massive, dark wing extended from its left side, unfurling into the void with a regal yet ominous presence. Above its head, a spiky crown pulsed with power so intense it distorted the air around it. Drawing closer, they observed the being's inhumane characteristics. Eyes that glowed with an internal fire, skin etched with glowing runes of ancient power, and limbs that combined the elegance of a deity with the ferocity of a creature born from darkness. Most strikingly, the being was bound by restraints that appeared almost sentient, coiling around its form and anchoring it to the surrounding floating rocks. Gustav couldn't help but squint in suspicion. They soon arrived in clear view of the being, who seemed to be struggling with his eyes closed, occasionally wriggling and writhing in pain that was invisible to the naked eye. As they drew closer, they realized that the being indeed bore facial similarities with their friend. "Falco," Gustav whispered. The realization hit them with a mix of relief and urgency. "How is? He looks very different." Ria gazed at the part of his face that elongated into an upside-down V structure. "Yes, but why is he restrained?" Gustav's gaze locked on the coils that bound Falco in place. If his father is truly who I think he is, why would he bind his son? Gustav's concern grew as he observed the surroundings. "Can you hear us?" called out Rhea, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence. The bound being's eyes flickered open immediately, his pupils dilating as the coils suddenly thrummed with unprecedented energy. "Eh-ha-ha!" The being screamed in excruciating pain as a throng of darkness burst forth. Bang! Bang! Gustav and Rhea were instantly blasted backward with intensity. The dimension shimmered and pulsed from the sudden discharge, spreading to every nook and cranny, causing the other beings within to worry. Gustav managed to put a protective layer of energy around himself and Rhea before they got hit, but even at that, they were both bleeding from their orifices. Gustav's ears were ringing so badly that it affected even his vision. His body began to slowly regenerate, but he couldn't imagine just how much it would have affected Rhea, since even he was hit that badly. Gus. Gus. He could faintly hear his name being called, but it wasn't coming from Rhea, who was beside him. The bound being's eyes flickered with recognition, and a voice, deep and resonant, yet strained by confinement, filled their surroundings. "Gus. Gustav. You came for me. Falco, is it really you?" Gustav wiped the blood off his face while drawing closer. The bound being nodded in response. Don't come any closer. I don't want to hurt you." His voice distorted repeatedly as he spoke. His disillusioned look slowly rescinded as he seemed to have completely gained consciousness. "We're getting you out of here," Gustav declared, his resolve steeling. The moment Gustav touched one of the coils, his hand turned thin and bony, like life was being sapped from it. He quickly retreated. "Just tell us how to get rid of these restraints." Falco's gaze shifted to the chains and then back to them. "These are not mere physical bindings. They are forged from the essence of this dimension, a manifestation of its will to contain what it cannot control." Rhea seemed to be coming around at that point. He and Gustav exchanged a determined glance, understanding the gravity of their task. They must not only contend in a fight to free their friend, but also engage in a battle against the very essence of the dimension. "I could use Kohelia, but that would pretty much ruin our cloak. He will be aware of our presence if I do that." As Gustav contemplated their next move, the air around them began to thicken, and the whispers in the dark grew louder, more menacing. It was clear that something or someone was coming. "You two need to leave. They always come to inspect me after a surge. Go." Falco yelled with a look of urgency. "We are not leaving you here. You are coming with us." Rhea tried to touch the restraints with rocks wrapped around his hands, but they all disintegrated upon contact. "Listen, Falco. It took a lot to get here. After everything we have done to reach this point, giving up isn't an option. These restraints are trying to hold back your power, right? But have you really tried to free yourself from them?" Gustav's question caused a hint of worry to appear on Falco's face. "Imma need you to unleash everything you've got, so we can get out of here," Gustav urged Falco, while scanning the surroundings. "I don't think that is a good idea." Falco shook his head from side to side. "Pa!" Gustav landed a slap on Falco's face and pulled his head closer. "Now is not the time to be uncertain. Either you do it right now, or we're toast," he stated with a tone of urgency. The slap seemed to work as a wake-up call for Falco as he suddenly reclined his face, while energy began to gather around him. "Find somewhere to hide," he suggested. Rhea and Gustav immediately distanced themselves from him and hid behind one of the massive pieces of dark rock in the distance. The air around them vibrated with a raw, unfathomable energy. Falco's eyes blazed with fierce, dark flames, and the spiky crown above his head flared with an intensity that outlined the eerie glow of the chains. He then let out a roar, a sound that carried the weight of his captivity and the fury of a force long restrained. The power that rippled from him wasn't just immense. It was primordial, a fundamental force that the dimension had sought to bind but never truly tamed. In an instant, the restraints that coiled around him, the sentient chains that leached his power, began to shatter. The runes that once glowed with an ominous light started to dim, their hold weakening. One by one, the chains broke, disintegrating into dust that was swept away by the shockwave of energy released. The massive rocks to which they were anchored trembled and cracked. The very foundation of the realm shook under the unleashed might. The ripple of power swept across the entirety of the dimension, causing the oppressive darkness to recoil and the whispering shadows to silence. It was like the darkness within the dimension was bending to his might and will. Within the desiccated and dark planet, the rift on the left side of the monolith suddenly thrummed, and out of it appeared a trio. Gustav and Ria had returned with none other than Falco. Although he looked much different than normal, they had achieved their objective within the necessary time frame. Falco fell to his knees a moment later, causing the both of them to swiftly move to help him up. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a regular occurrence since I transitioned," Falco muttered as his body vibrated for a bit. "You sure you're going to be fine?" Gustav inquired. "Honestly, I feel you guys would have been better off leaving me in there. Now I pose a danger to everyone on this plane." Falco shook his head in worry. "Whatever happens, well, figure it out." Gustav placed a hand on his shoulder with a look of determination. Falco wanted to share in his enthusiasm, but he was still very bothered. "Why haven't they returned yet?" Ria voiced from the other end. Chapter 1442. You shouldn't have come here. Why haven't they returned yet? Ria questioned from the other end, his voice laced with concern. His gaze was fixed on the second rift that gaped menacingly on the right side of the monolith. The portal stood wide open, a dark maw that seemed to mock their hopeful anticipation with its silent, ominous hum. Gustav's eyes narrowed as he considered the situation. The plan had been straightforward. Split into two teams, with Gustav and Ria rescuing Falco, while Endrik and Ealdris went after Angie. Yet, only one team had returned. With the rifts unstable and their time running out, anxiety began to gnaw at the edges of his resolve. "We should trust Endrik and Ealdris to return safely with Angie," Gustav finally said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "We still have at least 2 hours before the rifts close forever." Falco, still disoriented from his prolonged captivity, furrowed his brows in confusion. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and concern. Ria and Gustav exchanged a glance before explaining. They hadn't embarked on their perilous journey alone. They were 4 in total, dividing their forces to rescue both Falco and Angie. The revelation seemed to shock Falco to his core. As the gravity of the situation settled, Falco's expression darkened, a shadow passing over his features. "When I was imprisoned," he began, his voice low, "I sensed something, or rather, someone. There was a being struggling to adapt to that higher dimension because it wasn't truly from there. It had half the properties of being from our plane." Ria and Gustav listened intently, a sense of foreboding growing with each word. "That being was probably Angie," Falco continued, the weight of his words heavy in the air. "I could sense them performing some kind of, should I say, experiments. If she is truly the one, then Angie is no longer the person we all know. If Endrik and Ealdris went after her, they might be in grave danger." The revelation hit Gustav like a physical blow. The mission to save their friends had been fraught with unknowns, but this was a variable they hadn't considered. Angie, transformed by the powers within the dimension's corrupting influence, posed a threat they were unprepared for. They had been trapped in there for nearly a year, and that was pretty much like a lifetime within the other plane. How else did he think things would have gone? Realization dawned on Gustav, and with it a resolve as hard as the monolith beside them. "I have to go after them," he declared, the decision made before the words even left his lips. Wait, Gustav, it's too dangerous to go alone. Rhea protested, his concern palpable. But Gustav was already moving toward the rift, the portal's dark tendrils beckoning him back into the unknown. Stay here with Falco, he instructed, his tone leaving no room for argument. I put them in danger. It's my responsibility to bring them back. With a final glance at his friends, Gustav jumped into the second rift, his figure swallowed by darkness. The portal seemed to pulse once, as if in acknowledgement, before returning to its silent vigil. Rhea and Falco were left staring at the rift, the tension and worry palpable between them. In their hearts, they knew the stakes were higher than ever. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken fears and hopes, as they waited for any sign of their friend's return from the mysterious and treacherous realm beyond. In the surreal expanse of the higher dimension, where the very essence of darkness and light seemed to coalesce, Endrick and Ealdris found themselves traversing a landscape unlike any they had encountered before. Beneath their feet, dark matter spread out like an ethereal carpet, so smooth and polished that it mirrored the void above, creating an illusion of walking between two endless dark skies. Ahead, in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, stood a figure that seemed to embody the very dichotomy of the dimension itself. Half of its form radiated a luminous white, while the other half was ensconced in shadow, merging seamlessly with the darkness. The figure was in a kneeling position, its back turned towards them, rendering its identity a mystery. Yet, something about the being's posture, the way it seemed to hold itself amidst the surrounding chaos, struck a chord of familiarity in both Endrick and Ealdris. Endrick, ever the pragmatist, broke the silence that had settled between them. Doesn't this figure remind you of the being E.E. and Gustav mentioned? The one that appeared on Earth and fought Jack and also nearly freed the Death Angel? Ealdris, whose memory was as sharp as his senses, nodded slowly. Yes, but they described a creature of immense power, not quite human. Yet there's something humanoid about this one. The air around them felt charged, as if the very dimension itself was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. They advanced cautiously, every step measured, aware that the ground beneath their feet was not just a surface, but a reflection of the darkness that permeated the place. It could be Angie, Ealdris finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. But we remember Angie as different. The physique playing in their minds was that of a cute girl with two short, unicorn-like horns on her forehead. She had silver and pink hair that shimmered in the light. She was incredibly beautiful, a stark contrast to what was before them. Endrick, focusing on the figure ahead, responded, I don't know what to tell you, Ealdris. She has been trapped in here for too long, so anything could have happened. If the rift led us here, then it stands to reason this being could indeed be Angie. But whatever transformation she's undergone, it's beyond what we could have imagined. As they drew closer to the figure, the details of its appearance became clearer, sharpening into focus. The dark side of the figure was not merely shadowed, but seemed to be made of a void, absorbing any light that dared to touch it. In stark contrast, the white side shimmered with an almost blinding purity, creating a halo effect that seemed to battle the surrounding darkness for dominance. Angie. Ealdris called out tentatively, his voice echoing slightly in the open space. They still weren't sure if she was the one, but tried to see if they would get a reaction. The figure stirred as if awakening from a deep trance. Slowly, it turned to face them, revealing a visage that was both familiar and utterly alien. The half that remained in the light bore facial similarities with the Angie they remembered, albeit matured, with features sharpened by experience and eyes that held a depth of emotion but still had a dark eye. The other half, however, was a stark contrast, with features twisted in a semblance of pain or anger, and an eye that glowed ominously white, as if harboring a power too great to be contained. For a moment, none of them spoke. The air was thick with a tension that felt almost tangible. Endrick. Ealdris. Angie's voice was a harmony of light and darkness, each side of her being contributing to the tone in a way that was both beautiful and disconcerting. The response immediately confirmed that she was indeed the person they were looking for. They could now properly see the stark transformation Angie had undergone. Where once there were two short, innocuous horns, now there was a single long, dark horn protruding from the dark side of her forehead, curving downwards like a saber. Her hair, once a mix of silver and pink, now flowed in a gradient from pure white to the deepest black, mirroring the dichotomy of her form. Her face, half hidden in the shadow, bore an expression of deep contemplation or perhaps conflict, making her almost unrecognizable from the Angie they remembered. "You shouldn't have come here." Her words hung in the air, a warning, or perhaps a lament, spoken by someone who had traversed the boundaries of their nature and come back irrevocably changed. "We came to bring you back, Angie," Endrick stated, his voice firm, yet carrying an undercurrent of concern. "Your friends, we miss you. Gustav misses you." Angie's expression softened, the human side of her visibly moved by the mention of Gustav's name. "Gus, Gustav, where is?" At this moment, the dark side of her body wriggled and writhed with intensity. The once human gaze and expression of softness suddenly vanished as Angie's pupils multiplied within her eyes. Ealdris, taken aback by the sudden change, moved to drag Endrick backward, but he wasn't fast enough. Thuam, with a single thrust of her palm, Endrick and Ealdris were both sent flying backward with a force that defied comprehension. The surroundings shimmered and pulsated with instability as Angie's face distorted while she stood to her feet. A dark blade materialized in her hand as she slowly carved a line across the air like an artist painting on a canvas. Chapter 1443. Emotional Encounter. As Angie's visage shifted between light and darkness, her features began to glitch, distorting in an eerie display of her fractured existence. Her face, once a harmonious blend of her dual nature, now fluctuated uncontrollably, mirroring the internal turmoil that tore through her. It was as if the very fabric of her being was rejecting itself, a terrifying spectacle that left Endrick and Ealdris frozen in horror. "Angie, are you?" Endrick began, his concern morphing into fear as Angie's eyes fixed on them with an intensity that burned with unrecognizable emotions. Without warning, Angie lunged forward, her movements erratic and disjointed, like a marionette jerked by unseen strings. Her attack was swift, a blur of light and shadow that bore down on Ealdris and Endrick with the ferocity of a storm. Endrick reacted instantly, his instincts honed from countless battles kicking in. He conjured a telekinetic wall, a barrier of concentrated energy, hoping to buffer the assault. However, Angie's palm strike, charged with an unfathomable force, shattered the defense as if it were glass. The impact sent both Endrick and Ealdris flying. However, Endrick had taken the hit directly, so he was more affected. His body cut through the air before crashing into the distance, blood trailing from his lips. Ealdris, who wasn't fast enough to save Endrick, faced Angie's wrath as she conjured a dark blade, a manifestation of her turmoil, and charged in his direction as the blade descended toward him. He tapped into his bloodline, draining the color and essence from the weapon in a desperate attempt to neutralize the attack. Krrrwhh, the blade fragmented upon contact, but the force behind her thrust unleashed. An energy so potent that Ealdris was hurled across the air, bleeding profusely from the shockwave that ravaged his body. Boom! Both figures lay battered, the realization dawning on them that they were no match for Angie in her current state. She advanced, her form glitching with every step, a terrifying specter poised to erase their very existence from this plane. It was at this moment, in the face of utter annihilation, that the air around them seemed to warp, and Gustav appeared between them and Angie. His arrival was marked by a surge of energy, his arm transformed, encased in silvery scales that emitted vibrant glows of power. With a roar that echoed through the dimension, he launched a decisive strike at Angie. The force of his attack collided with hers, blasting her back with such intensity that it momentarily halted her assault. The air vibrated with the impact, a shockwave of energy rippling outwards, a testament to Gustav's might. Gustav wasted no time, rushing to Eldris and Endrik's side. "Are you both all right?" he asked, his voice laced with urgency and concern. Endrik, struggling to his feet with Gustav's support, coughed, wiping the blood from his mouth. "That was unexpected," he managed to say, his voice weak. Eldris, equally battered, nodded in agreement, his eyes on Gustav's transformed arm. "That is Angie. She isn't herself," he revealed, the defeat heavy in his voice. Yes, Eldris's words pierced the charged atmosphere. Gustav's world came to a jarring halt. The revelation that the being before them, the entity that had become a harbinger of fear across the globe, was none other than Angie, struck him with a force greater than any physical blow. The realization dawned on him with the weight of 1,000 stars collapsing into a black hole. Angie, the first girl to ever show him what love was supposed to feel like. Gustav's gaze softened as he looked towards Angie, who was slowly regaining her composure, her form still glitching between darkness and light. Angie, the gentle soul he knew, was the same being who had appeared on Earth twice in the last couple of months, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. He remembered it spread across the MBO, about how the half-white, half-black figure had laid down Grand Commander Cheyenne with an ease that sent shivers down the spine of the entire organization. He recalled how she went toe-to-toe with Jack, the strongest mixed blood before he reversed time. The world had trembled at that time with so much destruction. Gustav was frozen in disbelief and horror. Angie was the infamous being cloaked in light and darkness. The torrent of emotions overwhelmed him, a tumultuous storm that threatened to tear him apart from the inside. How could the entire MBO come to fear someone he cherished? How could Angie, with her gentle heart, become a symbol of terror? Amidst his turmoil, Angie charged towards him, her movements a blur of conflicting energies. Every instinct in Gustav's body screamed for him to defend himself, to prepare for the impending strike, but as she closed the distance, something miraculous happened. Inches away from him, Angie halted her attack. With a visible struggle, she grasped her other hand, fighting against the darkness that sought to control her. "Gustav!" she called out, her voice a mixture of pain and desperation. Black tears streaked down her face, a poignant reflection of the battle raging within her. Gustav, still reeling from the shock, found a reservoir of strength he didn't know he possessed. He saw not the feared entity that stood before the world, but his girlfriend, tormented and torn by her nature. Without a word, he closed the distance between them, pulling Angie into a fierce embrace. The warmth of his arms around her seemed to be the only real thing in that dimension of shadows and light. "Angie," he whispered, his voice steady yet laden with emotion. "I've got you." For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The higher dimension, with its eerie landscape and oppressive atmosphere, faded into the background. All that mattered was their connection, that Angie's body tensed in his arms, the internal struggle evident. Yet, as she leaned into his embrace, there was a sense of surrender, a momentary peace amidst the storm. I'm so scared, Gustav," she managed to say, her voice breaking. "I don't want to hurt you." Gustav tightened his hold, a silent vow to protect her from the darkness that sought to claim her. "It will be fine. You will be fine," he assured her, his determination unwavering. Gustav and Angie shared a moment of profound connection. Their embrace, a sanctuary from the chaos surrounding them, culminated in an electric kiss, a symbol of their defiance against the darkness that sought to claim Angie. As their lips met, a miraculous transformation began to unfold. The dark, malevolent side of Angie, which had threatened to overwhelm her, started to retract as if the purity of their connection was a light too bright for the shadows to endure. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived. The fabric of the dimension itself seemed to tremble as a new presence made its entrance. Emerging from the void was a being cloaked in flowing dark robes, a figure so imbued with darkness that the air around them thickened. Heavy with a palpable sense of dread, his face could not be seen, but his presence and unfathomable dark power could be very much felt. "Ezriovi Fasvi Yuvi," he uttered in a strange tongue, his voice resonating with a power that seemed to command the very essence of the dimension. To his words, the darkness responded, bending to his will with a terrifying obedience. Beneath Gustav, Eldris, and Endrick, the carpet of darkness that had mirrored the void above suddenly shifted, becoming a trap that ensnared them. They found themselves sunk halfway into the dark matter, immobilized, as the terrain had become a prison designed to hold them captive. Amid the turmoil, Angie's demeanor shifted dramatically. The struggle and emotion that had played across her face just moments ago had completely vanished, replaced by a listless, vacant expression. With a heart-wrenching detachment, she pulled away from Gustav's embrace and took her place beside the dark-robed being, as if drawn by an unseen force that was beyond her control. Gustav, Eldris, and Endrick struggled against their bonds, their efforts futile as they found themselves unable to move or even channel their bloodline powers. It was as if the essence of their abilities had been nullified, leaving them powerless in the face of this new adversary. "You have no power here," the dark-robed being reminded Gustav, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The statement hung in the air, a declaration of absolute control over the realm and its unwilling visitors. "Is it?" Eldris asked in horror as he panted within the darkness that seemed to be incredibly choking. Gustav shook his head. He knew that the person before them was very powerful, but also knew that it wasn't him. "Thank you for delivering yourself to our doorstep, outworldly. I am sure you do not remember me, but we will have ample time to catch up since you will be trapped in here forever." The being spoke with a tone of familiarity. Gustav's frustration boiled over, his sense of helplessness clashing with his need to protect Angie and his friends. Chapter 1444. It has to be father. "Angie, fight this! Don't let this ugly bastard pull your strings like a damn puppet," he called out to her, hoping to reach the part of her that still remembered who she was, who they were to each other. Angie's gaze met his for a fleeting moment, a spark of recognition flickering in her eyes before being extinguished, as if snuffed out by the overwhelming darkness that surrounded them. That Gustav's heart ached at the sight, a tumult of emotions raging within him as he struggled against the enveloping darkness that sought to claim him and the others. Not long after, Endrick, Eldris, and Gustav started showing signs of a terrifying transformation. They then realized that the longer they stayed trapped in the sinister embrace of the dark matter, the more they were going to transform. As time went by, their figures started to darken, an ominous indication that their existence was slowly merging with the dimension. Despair clawed at Gustav as he witnessed the gradual fading of Endrick and Eldris, their identities being swallowed by the relentless darkness. However, unlike them, Gustav's body resisted the darkening effect, and although his physical form remained unaltered, he found himself ensnared, unable to break free from the dark clutches that held him captive. Desperation set in as he reached deep within himself, attempting to awaken the slumbering force of cosmic superiority. The power, a rare and formidable force, lay dormant, stubbornly eluding his grasp when he needed it most. Endrick also tried calling upon Husarius, but their link seemed to have been disconnected upon his arrival in that plane. Time was a luxury they did not have, as Endrick and Eldris teetered on the brink of complete integration with the dimension. Frustration mounted within Gustav as he realized the grim fate awaiting them if he failed to a final, desperate plea. He yelled at the dark being, "Free them, or I swear I'll erase you from existence!" His voice, laden with a mix of threats and despair, echoed through the dimension, a feeble challenge to the overwhelming power before them. The being, shrouded in darkness, responded with a laugh that chilled the air around them, his robes rippling as if amused by Gustav's futile defiance. "Like I told you earlier, you have no power here," he taunted, his voice a sinister whisper that seemed to emanate from the darkness. Few hope, just as all hope seemed lost. A new figure emerged within the realm, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere with an aura of unbridled power. "What are you doing here?" Gustav yelled after spotting the newly arrived figure. Falco's arrival was marked by a surge of energy that rippled across the dimension. After making contact with Ealdris and Endrick, a miraculous transformation occurred. Their bodies, which had started to succumb to the darkness, reverted to their original color, the ominous integration halted by Falco's intervention, the dark being moved to intercept him, his robes billowing menacingly as he prepared to exert his control. However, Falco's voice, commanding and resolute, stopped him in his tracks. "Amir, as your next Exer, I command you to stop." The authority in his words was undeniable, imbued with a power that even Amir could not ignore. The realm fell silent for a moment, the tension palpable as the balance of power shifted. Falco seized the opportunity, his actions swift and decisive. He grabbed Gustav, Ealdris, and Endrick, pulling them out of the dark matter's grasp with an ease that belied the gravity of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished with them, leaving the surroundings behind. Angie and the being named Amir remained. "Why did I?" Amir was astonished at how Falco had managed to leave him momentarily short of words. He realized that Falco was much more powerful than they had anticipated. "My lord would have my head." Falco, Gustav, Endrick, and Ealdris emerged from the rift, reappearing on the desolate terrain beside the ancient monolith. Their arrival was not marked by the triumphant air of victors, but rather enveloped in a palpable cloud of regret and sorrow. The atmosphere was thick, heavy with the weight of what had transpired in the other plane and the haunting absence of one of their own. Rhea, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed towards them, his eyes scanning their faces for any sign of Angie. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet deafening in its silence. "Where's Angie?" he finally asked with a fragile whisper. Gustav simply shook his head, a silent gesture that conveyed the depth of their failure. He walked away from the group, finding solace in the solitude of his thoughts as he sat on the barren ground, his posture one of utter dejection. Ealdris, his expression somber, took it upon himself to recount their harrowing experience. He spoke of how they had come tantalizingly close to rescuing Angie, only to be thwarted by an overwhelming darkness and a being named Amir. He explained how their existence had almost been integrated into the dimension, their fate sealed if not for Falco's timely intervention. Caught in a maelstrom of emotions, Gustav's frustration and sorrow manifested in a burst of anger directed at Falco. "Why didn't you get Angie too?" he demanded, his voice laced with a mix of accusation and desperation. Falco, unfazed by the outburst, responded with a calmness that seemed out of place amidst the turmoil. "I wanted to more than anything," he said, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken pain. "But we had to leave immediately. If my father had intervened, none of us would have made it back. Amir could only be incapacitated by my command for a moment, and I haven't fully embraced my transition. It was all I could do." His words hung in the air, a sobering reminder of the delicate balance of power and the sacrifices made in the face of insurmountable odds. The group grappled with their emotions, the reality of their situation settling heavy on their shoulders. The monolith began to pulse, a prelude to the closing of the rifts. It was their cue, the final moments before the pathways between dimensions sealed permanently, a bitter reminder of their loss and the price of their journey. Suddenly the air shifted, a tangible change that drew their attention back to the monolith. The rifts, supposed to be closing, began to ripple, pulsating with an energy that was both unfamiliar and intense. The fabric of space seemed to warp around the monolith, the boundaries between planes blurring as an unforeseen force exerted its will upon the natural order. What's happening? Rhea asked, his voice a mix of trepidation and awe. He stepped backwards. I don't know, but it's not supposed to be like this. Endrick replied, his gaze fixed on the monolith, trying to decipher the cause of the anomaly. As they watched, the rifts expanded, the pulsating energy growing in intensity, threatening to engulf the monolith and everything around it. It was a spectacle that defied explanation, a phenomenon that hinted at forces beyond their understanding at play. The group stood in silence, their minds racing as they tried to comprehend the unfolding events. Something is trying to get through, Gustav voiced in realization. But they can't, right? You said it yourself that they can't get out here. Eldris voiced in bafflement. Yes, they shouldn't be able to, but... Gustav's tone grew troubled. The person on the other end is exerting a lot of power and preventing the rift from closing because they're trying to push their way through. It should be impossible to even stall it for a second, but this person must be very powerful. I'm talking power that could pretty much end galaxies with as little as a snort. Endrick voiced while gulping saliva. It has to be Father. Falco voiced in horror. As the rifts around the ancient monolith vibrated with an unnatural frequency, the air around them began to tremble, heralding the onset of a catastrophic event. From the depths of the shimmering rifts, a dark mist emerged, creeping across the barren landscape like a living entity with a malevolent will of its own. It was no ordinary fog, but a harbinger of decay, an ethereal force that seemed to leach the essence of life and time from everything it touched. The desolate planet, already a stark canvas of desiccation, began to tremble under the influence of the otherworldly phenomenon. Cracks spread across the planet like spider webs, each fissure pulsing with the same eerie energy emanating from the rifts. The ground beneath their feet heaved as if the planet itself was in its death throes, reacting to the invasive mist with violent convulsions. As the mist advanced, the surrounding rocks and remnants of once mighty structures began to change. They turned darker, their surfaces cracking and crumbling as if subjected to the relentless passage of millennia within moments. It was as though the mist carried the weight of untold ages within it, a force capable of condensing eons of decay and decline into mere seconds. Gustav, Falco, Endrick, Eldris, and Rio watched in horror as the landscape around them was consumed by the relentless advance of darkness and time. We can't stay here, Gustav stated, his voice barely audible over the groaning of the planet. Chapter 1445. As Angie's visage shifted between light and darkness, her features began to glitch, distorting in an eerie display of her fractured existence. Her face, once a harmonious blend of her dual nature, now fluctuated uncontrollably, mirroring the internal turmoil that tore through her. It was as if the very fabric of her being was rejecting itself, a terrifying spectacle that left Endrick and Eldris frozen in horror. Angie, are you? Endrick began, his concern morphing into fear as Angie's eyes fixed on them with an intensity that burned with unrecognizable emotions. Without warning, Angie lunged forward, her movements erratic and disjointed, like a marionette jerked by unseen strings. Her attack was swift, a blur of light and shadow that bore down on Eldris and Endrick with the ferocity of a storm. Endrick reacted instantly, his instincts honed from countless battles kicking in. He conjured a telekinetic wall, a barrier of concentrated energy, hoping to buffer the assault. However, Angie's palm strike, charged with an unfathomable force, shattered the defense as if it were glass. The impact sent both Endrick and Eldris flying. However, Endrick had taken the hit directly, so he was more affected. His body cut through the air before crashing into the distance, blood trailing from his lips. Eldris, who wasn't fast enough to save Endrick, faced Angie's wrath as she conjured a dark blade, a manifestation of her turmoil, and charged in his direction. As the blade descended toward him, he tapped into his bloodline, draining the color and essence from the weapon in a desperate attempt to neutralize the attack. Krrryth, the blade fragmented upon contact, but the force behind her thrust unleashed an energy so potent that Eldris was hurled across the air, bleeding profusely from the shockwave that ravaged his body. Boom! Both figures lay battered, the realization dawning on them that they were no match for Angie in her current state. She advanced, her form glitching with every step, a terrifying specter poised to erase their very existence from this plane. It was at this moment, in the face of utter annihilation, that the air around them seemed to warp, and Gustav appeared between them and Angie. His arrival was marked by a surge of energy, his arm transformed, encased in silvery scales that emitted vibrant glows of power. With a roar that echoed through the dimension, he launched a decisive strike at Angie. The force of his attack collided with hers, blasting her back with such intensity that it momentarily halted her assault. The air vibrated with the impact, a shockwave of energy rippling outwards, a testament to Gustav's might. Gustav wasted no time, rushing to Eldris and Endrik's side. "Are you both all right?" he asked, his voice laced with urgency and concern. Endrik, struggling to his feet with Gustav's support, coughed, wiping the blood from his mouth. "That was unexpected," he managed to say, his voice weak. Eldris, equally battered, nodded in agreement, his eyes on Gustav's transformed arm. "That is Angie. She isn't herself," he revealed, the defeat heavy in his voice. As Eldris' words pierced the charged atmosphere, Gustav's world came to a jarring halt. The revelation that the being before them, the entity that had become a harbinger of fear across the globe, was none other than Angie, struck him with a force greater than any physical blow. The realization dawned on him with the weight of 1,000 stars collapsing into a black hole. Angie, the first girl to ever show him what love was supposed to feel like. Gustav's gaze softened as he looked towards Angie, who was slowly regaining her composure, her form still glitching between darkness and light. Angie, the gentle soul he knew, was the same being who had appeared on Earth twice in the last couple of months, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. He remembered it spread across the MBO, about how the half-white, half-black figure had laid down Grand Commander Cheyenne with an ease that sent shivers down the spine of the entire organization. He recalled how she went toe-to-toe with Jack, the strongest mixed blood before he reversed time. The world had trembled at that time with so much destruction. Gustav was frozen in disbelief and horror. Angie was the infamous being cloaked in light and darkness. A torrent of emotions overwhelmed him, a tumultuous storm that threatened to tear him apart from the inside. How could the entire MBO come to fear someone he cherished? How could Angie, with her gentle heart, become a symbol of terror? Amidst his turmoil, Angie charged towards him, her movements a blur of conflicting energies. Every instinct in Gustav's body screamed for him to defend himself, to prepare for the impending strike. But as she closed the distance, something miraculous happened. Inches away from him, Angie halted her attack. With a visible struggle, she grasped her other hand, fighting against the darkness that sought to control her. "Gustav!" she called out, her voice a mixture of pain and desperation. Black tears streaked down her face, a poignant reflection of the battle raging within her. Gustav, still reeling from the shock, found a reservoir of strength he didn't know he possessed. He saw not the feared entity that stood before the world, but his girlfriend, tormented and torn by her nature. Without a word, he closed the distance between them, pulling Angie into a fierce embrace. The warmth of his arms around her seemed to be the only real thing in that dimension of shadows and light. "Angie," he whispered, his voice steady yet laden with emotion. "I've got you." For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The higher dimension, with its eerie landscape and oppressive atmosphere, faded into the background. All that mattered was their connection. Angie's body tensed in his arms, the internal struggle evident. Yet, as she leaned into his embrace, there was a sense of surrender, a momentary peace amidst the storm. I'm so scared, Gustav, she managed to say, her voice breaking. I don't want to hurt you. Gustav tightened his hold, a silent vow to protect her from the darkness that sought to claim her. It will be fine. You will be fine, he assured her, his determination unwavering. Gustav and Angie shared a moment of profound connection. Their embrace, a sanctuary from the chaos surrounding them, culminated in an electric kiss, a symbol of their defiance against the darkness that sought to claim Angie. As their lips met, a miraculous transformation began to unfold. The dark, malevolent side of Angie, which had threatened to overwhelm her, started to retract as if the purity of their connection was a light too bright for the shadows to endure. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived. The fabric of the dimension itself seemed to tremble as a new presence made its entrance. Emerging from the void was a being cloaked in flowing dark robes, a figure so imbued with darkness that the air around them thickened, heavy with a palpable sense of dread. His face could not be seen, but his presence and unfathomable dark power could be very much felt. Ezriovi Fasvi Yuvi, he uttered in a strange tongue, his voice resonating with a power that seemed to command the very essence of the dimension. At his words, the darkness responded, bending to his will with a terrifying obedience. Beneath Gustav, Eldris, and Endrick, the carpet of darkness that had mirrored the void above suddenly shifted, becoming a trap that ensnared them. They found themselves sunk halfway into the dark matter, immobilized, as the terrain had become a prison designed to hold them captive. Amid the turmoil, Angie's demeanor shifted dramatically. The struggle and emotion that had played across her face just moments ago had completely vanished, replaced by a listless, vacant expression. With a heart-wrenching detachment, she pulled away from Gustav's embrace and took her place beside the dark-robed being, as if drawn by an unseen force that was beyond her control. Gustav, Eldris, and Endrick struggled against their bonds, their efforts futile as they found themselves unable to move or even channel their bloodline powers. It was as if the essence of their abilities had been nullified, leaving them powerless in the face of this new adversary. You have no power here, the dark-robed being reminded Gustav, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The statement hung in the air, a declaration of absolute control over the realm and its unwilling visitors. Is it? Eldris asked in horror as he panted within the darkness that seemed to be incredibly choking. Gustav shook his head. He knew that the person before them was very powerful, but also knew that it wasn't him. Thank you for delivering yourself to our doorstep, outworldly. I am sure you do not remember me, but we will have ample time to catch up since you will be trapped in here forever. The being spoke with a tone of familiarity. Gustav's frustration boiled over, his sense of helplessness clashing with his need to protect Angie and his friends. Chapter 1446. Angie, fight this! Don't let this ugly bastard pull your strings like a damn puppet, he called out to her, hoping to reach the part of her that still remembered who she was, who they were to each other. Angie's gaze met his for a fleeting moment, a spark of recognition flickering in her eyes before being extinguished as if snuffed out by the overwhelming darkness that surrounded them. Gustav's heart ached at the sight, a tumult of emotions raging within him as he struggled against the enveloping darkness that sought to claim him and the others. Not long after, Endrick, Eldris, and Gustav started showing signs of a terrifying transformation. They then realized that the longer they stayed trapped in the sinister embrace of the dark matter, the more they were going to transform. As time went by, their figures started to darken, an ominous indication that their existence was slowly merging with the dimension. Despair clawed at Gustav as he witnessed the gradual fading of Endrick and Eldris, their identities being swallowed by the relentless darkness. However, unlike them, Gustav's body resisted the darkening effect. And although his physical form remained unaltered, he found himself ensnared, unable to break free from the dark clutches that held him captive. Desperation set in as he reached deep within himself, attempting to awaken the slumbering force of cosmic superiority. The power, a rare and formidable force, lay dormant, stubbornly eluding his grasp when he needed it most. Endrick also tried calling upon Husarius, but their link seemed to have been disconnected upon his arrival in that plane. Time was a luxury they did not have, as Endrick and Ealdris teetered on the brink of complete integration with the dimension. Frustration mounted within Gustav as he realized the grim fate awaiting them if he failed to act. In a final, desperate plea, he yelled the dark being, "Free them, or I swear I'll erase you from existence." His voice, laden with a mix of threats and despair, echoed through the dimension, a feeble challenge to the overwhelming power before them. The being, shrouded in darkness, responded with a laugh that chilled the air around them, his robes rippling as if amused by Gustav's futile defiance. "Like I told you earlier, you have no power here," he taunted, his voice a sinister whisper that seemed to emanate from the darkness. Few hope, just as all hope seemed lost, a new figure emerged within the realm, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere with an aura of unbridled power. "What are you doing here?" Gustav yelled after spotting the newly arrived figure. Falco's arrival was marked by a surge of energy that rippled across the dimension. After making contact with Ealdris and Endrick, a miraculous transformation occurred. Their bodies, which had started to succumb to the darkness, reverted to their original color, the ominous integration halted by Falco's intervention. The dark being moved to intercept him, his robes billowing menacingly as he prepared to exert his control. However, Falco's voice, commanding and resolute, stopped him in his tracks. "Amir, as your next Exer, I command you to stop." The authority in his words was undeniable, imbued with a power that even Amir could not ignore. The realm fell silent for a moment, the tension palpable as the balance of power shifted. Falco seized the opportunity, his actions swift and decisive. He grabbed Gustav, Ealdris, and Endrick, pulling them out of the dark matter's grasp with an ease that belied the gravity of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished with them, leaving the surroundings behind. Angie and the being named Amir remained. "Why did I?" Amir was astonished at how Falco had managed to leave him momentarily short of words. He realized that Falco was much more powerful than they had anticipated. "My lord would have my head." Falco, Gustav, Endrick, and Ealdris emerged from the rift, reappearing on the desolate terrain beside the ancient monolith. Their arrival was not marked by the triumphant air of victors, but rather enveloped in a palpable cloud of regret and sorrow. The atmosphere was thick, heavy with the weight of what had transpired in the other plane and the haunting absence of one of their own. Rhea, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed towards them, his eyes scanning their faces for any sign of Angie. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet deafening in its silence. "Where's Angie?" he finally asked with a fragile whisper. Gustav simply shook his head, a silent gesture that conveyed the depth of their failure. He walked away from the group, finding solace in the solitude of his thoughts as he sat on the barren ground, his posture one of utter dejection. Ealdris, his expression somber, took it upon himself to recount their harrowing experience. He spoke of how they had come tantalizingly close to rescuing Angie, only to be thwarted by an overwhelming darkness and a being named Amir. He explained how their existence had almost been integrated into the dimension, their fate sealed if not for Falco's timely intervention. Caught in a maelstrom of emotions, Gustav's frustration and sorrow manifested in a burst of anger directed at Falco. "Why didn't you get Angie too?" he demanded, his voice laced with a mix of accusation and desperation. Falco, unfazed by the outburst, responded with a calmness that seemed out of place amidst the turmoil. "I wanted to more than anything," he said, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken pain. But we had to leave immediately. If my father had intervened, none of us would have made it back. Amir could only be incapacitated by my command for a moment, and I haven't fully embraced my transition. It was all I could do. His words hung in the air, a sobering reminder of the delicate balance of power and the sacrifices made in the face of insurmountable odds. As the group grappled with their emotions, the reality of their situation settling heavy on their shoulders, the monolith began to pulse, a prelude to the closing of the rifts. It was their cue, the final moments before the pathways between dimensions sealed permanently, a bitter reminder of their loss and the price of their journey. Suddenly, the air shifted, a tangible change that drew their attention back to the monolith. The rifts, supposed to be closing, began to ripple, pulsating with an energy that was both unfamiliar and intense. The fabric of space seemed to warp around the monolith, the boundaries between planes blurring as an unforeseen force exerted its will upon the natural order. "What's happening?" Rhea asked, his voice a mix of trepidation and awe. He stepped backwards. "I don't know, but it's not supposed to be like this," Endrick replied, his gaze fixed on the monolith, trying to decipher the cause of the anomaly. As they watched, the rifts expanded, the pulsating energy growing in intensity, threatening to engulf the monolith and everything around it. It was a spectacle that defied explanation, a phenomenon that hinted at forces beyond their understanding at play. The group stood in silence, their minds racing as they tried to comprehend the unfolding events. Something is trying to get through," Gustav voiced in realization. "But they can't, right? You said it yourself that they can't get out here." Eldris voiced in bafflement. "Yes, they shouldn't be able to, but—" Gustav's tone grew troubled. "The person on the other end is exerting a lot of power and preventing the rift from closing because they're trying to push their way through. It should be impossible to even stall it for a second, but this person must be very powerful. I'm talking power that could pretty much end galaxies with as little as a snort." Endrick voiced while gulping saliva. "It has to be Father." Falco voiced in horror. As the rifts around the ancient monolith vibrated with an unnatural frequency, the air around them began to tremble, heralding the onset of a catastrophic event. From the depths of the shimmering rifts, a dark mist emerged, creeping across the barren landscape like a living entity with a malevolent will of its own. It was no ordinary fog, but a harbinger of decay, an ethereal force that seemed to leach the essence of life and time from everything it touched. The desolate planet, already a stark canvas of desiccation, began to tremble under the influence of the otherworldly phenomenon. Cracks spread across the planet like spider webs, each fissure pulsing with the same eerie energy emanating from the rifts. The ground beneath their feet heaved as if the planet itself was in its death throes, reacting to the invasive mist with violent convulsions. As the mist advanced, the surrounding rocks and remnants of once mighty structures began to change. They turned darker, their surfaces cracking and crumbling as if subjected to the relentless passage of millennia within moments. It was as though the mist carried the weight of untold ages within it, a force capable of condensing eons of decay and decline into mere seconds. Gustav, Falco, Endrick, Eldris, and Rhea watched in horror as the landscape around them was consumed by the relentless advance of darkness and time. "We can't stay here," Gustav stated, his voice barely audible over the groaning of the planet. Chapter 1447, Falco's narration. We've successfully steered the evil doers away from our God. They were led astray by the illusion, just as planned. At the mention of the news, a wave of jubilation swept through the crew. Cheers and exclamations filled the air as they took pride in their accomplishment. They had managed to protect who they claimed was their deity, a figure of immense importance and reverence to them, from the prying eyes and potentially malevolent intentions of the Alliance fleet. The crew gathered around their leader, their faces alight with the glow of victory. "Our god remains safe, thanks to your ingenuity," one of the crew members said, admiration evident in their tone. "Yes, but let us not forget, this was a collective effort," the leader responded, keen to share the credit with the entire team. "Our unity and dedication to our cause has once again proven that we can overcome any threat that seeks to disturb our sanctity." "All hail the Gustavo Alliance!" one of the crew members yelled. "All hail the Gustavo Alliance!" Everyone else chanted in response before returning to their duty posts. The leader, still basking in the aftermath of their successful deception, was momentarily interrupted by the sharp chirp of an incoming transmission. The device on his wrist, a band of technology far advanced, flickered to life, casting a soft glow on his features. He tapped the device, accepting the transmission with a practiced motion, his expression shifting to one of anticipation. The holographic display projected in front of him buzzed into clarity, revealing the face of another crew member, stationed thousands of light years away on a distant mission. The visible background suggested they were aboard another vessel, one equally equipped for the tasks at hand. "Asovuna," the distant crew member began, his voice crackling slightly over the connection. "I bring news from the front lines." The leader leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Go on," he encouraged, sensing the importance of the message. "We've successfully taken control of Tevelin Planet in the name of Gustav," the crew member reported, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. "Their defenses were no match for our strategy and power. The planet and its resources are now at our disposal, ready to support our cause." Upon hearing the news, a wave of jubilation similar to the earlier celebration washed over the leader. His eyes sparkled with delight, and a broad smile stretched across his face. "Excellent work!" he exclaimed, his voice resonating with pride and satisfaction. "This is a significant victory for our cause. With this, our Lord Gustav will have it easier when completing his mission to free the universe of life." The revelation that Angie's essence was split between dimensions and the power dynamics of the other plane painted a picture of a universe far more intricate and perilous than they had imagined. Gustav, processing the information, felt a mix of frustration and determination. "So, Angie is caught in the middle of all this," he mused aloud, his resolve hardening. "We need to find a way to help her, to bring her back fully to our plane without the other half pulling her back there." Falco nodded, acknowledging the challenge that lay ahead. "It won't be easy," he cautioned. "My father's plane is governed by rules and powers that are ancient and deeply entrenched." Eldris, whose sharp intuition missed little, caught on to the recurrent mention of a father by Falco, a term laden with an unexpected familiarity when referring to the formidable being that governed the other plane. Eldris' curiosity pierced a veil of unspoken stories. "Falco, you've been referring to this entity as your father. Have you truly accepted the lord of that other plane as your father?" Falco, caught off guard by his unguarded references, hesitated. The question unearthed a slew of memories and emotions, drawing him back to a series of encounters that had irrevocably altered the course of his existence. It's not as straightforward as acceptance or denial," Falco began, his voice tinged with the complexity of his feelings. "My father, he would visit me in human form. Despite the bindings that held me, he wanted me to feel comfortable, to see him not just as a lord of darkness, but as someone familiar, someone paternal." Rhea found himself puzzled by Falco's explanation. "But how exactly is he your father? You have an earthly father, don't you?" he asked, trying to piece together the seemingly conflicting pieces of Falco's lineage. The question hung in the air, a challenge to the very nature of identity and belonging. Falco's gaze drifted away, lost in the complexities of his dual heritage. Before he could respond, Gustav, driven by a blend of concern and intrigue, pressed for clarity. "It's complicated, doesn't quite cut it, Falco. How is it possible to have two fathers? One an ordinary man from Earth, and the other, an extraordinary being that governs the very essence of darkness? If anyone from Earth had heard Gustav call Falco's father an ordinary man, they would probably headbutt him since they knew just how stinking rich he was. However, to Gustav, that didn't even begin to measure up compared to the power of the entity that governed the dark plane. Falco sighed, realizing that the truth could no longer remain shrouded in the half-light of evasion. To understand the story of my existence, you must first let go of conventional notions of family and lineage. His words piqued their curiosity, causing everyone to lean forward in readiness. Chapter 1448, The Coming of the Third Falco, surrounded by Gustav and the others in the dimly lit control room of the spacecraft, delved deeper into the origins of his existence. My story, Falco began, is one of convergence and destiny, a series of events orchestrated by powers beyond the understanding of most beings. He explained that his father, a being that governed the dark plane, sought to create a bridge between his realm and the human world, a way he could be in both at the same time. He conjured a rift, a tear in the fabric of reality, through which he marred a link of his essence and consciousness, casting it across the dimensions in search of a vessel. This link, as Falco described, was no mere thread of energy. It was a potent mixture of essence and consciousness, a soul of its own, seeking connection, a union with another being. It found its way onto Earth, intertwining with an item that had been gifted to my parents. This item, seemingly innocuous, would change my fate forever. The moment his mother, pregnant with Falco at the time, touched the gift, the link activated. She instantly lost consciousness, alarming my earthly father then. Falco paused, the gravity of the moment hanging heavily in the air. What no one realized then was that the link had found its mark. It embedded itself within the unformed fetus in her belly, my nascent form. Falco's existence, from that moment, was irrevocably altered. The essence of darkness, the consciousness that was a soul of its own, merged with me. It marred me with dark changes from the very womb, weaving its threads through my being, marking me as a creature of two worlds. His revelation, profound in its implications, laid bare the complexity of Falco's nature. I was born of Earth, yet not solely of it, which is why I could also be a mixed blood despite the nature of my abilities being starkly different. Dark Falco was put in place to hide that. Falco's narrative illuminated not just the mystery of his birth, but also the delicate balance of forces that shaped his life. The others shared looks that hinted at understanding after hearing Falco's narration. So it's like you have two fathers. Eldris muttered in apprehension. Basically, yeah. I have two fathers, Falco voiced in response. And since he is the lord of that dark plane, it means you're some sort of prince of darkness, which explains the crown. Gustav chipped in. Falco nodded, not denying the fact that he was royalty in that plane. As his offspring, are you going to take over from your father and become the Lord of Darkness? Rhea inquired. I'm not his only offspring, so no. I don't like that plane. I don't like the darkness. I don't like the corruption. I don't like how it snuffs out any medium of life and light. Falco shook his head repeatedly. The spacecraft, a silent witness to the unfolding revelations and introspections of its occupants, hummed quietly through the vastness of space. Are you sure this should even be considered? If things go awry again, you will be blamed for yet the destruction of another planet. Eldris, despite being a tender person by nature, knew the risks involved with participating in such a venture. I know, but if things happen like they did the last time where the premonition lasted longer than normal, who knows what they could unleash onto our plane? I think that would be even riskier, Gustav answered with a tone of concern. They understood that Gustav wasn't just doing it for the well-being of the planet, but instead to make sure that their plane wouldn't get more tampered with than it already had. as the spacecraft adjusted its trajectory, racing against time to intercept the third premonition. The control center was filled with a palpable sense of anticipation and resolve. The stakes were clear, and the objective was set. Falco's untold reason, a secret that promised to shed further light on his father's motives, would have to wait. On planet Orion, bathed in the fading light of a dimming sun, the beings known as ethereals faced a crisis unlike any before. The creatures, with their ethereal silver beauty, luminous halo-like rings floating gracefully above their skulls, and magnificent wings unfurled from their backs, found their existence threatened by the celestial anomaly that cast their world into chaos and pandemonium. The planet, once vibrant and teeming with life, was now an epitome of despair and destruction. The sun, the source of life and light for the ethereals, was slowly losing its brilliance, its dimming rays casting long shadows across the landscapes that were once illuminated by its glow. It was slowly turning black. The celestial phenomenon was not just a fading of light, but brought with it a destabilization of the planet's gravitational forces. As the gravitational force became erratic and unstable, the ethereals, beings who once soared the skies with ease and grace, found themselves grounded, their wings rendered useless. The oppressive gravitational forces pressed down on them with such intensity that even the mere act of moving became a struggle. Their wings, once symbols of their freedom and power, lay limp and unused by their sides. The planet's surface bore witness to the toll of the catastrophe. Structures that had stood tall and proud, marvels of ethereal architecture, were now bending and crumbling under pressure. Landscapes that had been meticulously tended and cared for were scarred by fissures as quakes tore through the ground. The air was filled with the sounds of horror and desperation. Screams and yells pierced the dimming light as the residents of the planet confronted the reality of their situation. Families huddled together, seeking comfort in their shared despair as they watched their world fall apart around them. Amidst the chaos, the Council of the Ethereals convened in an underground chamber, a sanctuary untouched by the turmoil that ravaged the surface. The Council, composed of the wisest and most powerful among the Ethereals, had gathered in an urgent meeting to devise a plan to save their dying planet and its inhabitants. There, in that place of calm and deliberation, the Council members sat in a circle, their faces etched with concern and determination. We cannot let our world end like this. Chapter 1449, Taking a Planet Out of Orbit. We cannot allow our world to end like this, spoke the Archon, the leader of the Council, his voice resonating with authority and resolve. We must find a way to restore our sun's light and stabilize the gravitational forces that threaten to tear our planet apart. The Council members nodded in agreement, their minds racing with ideas and potential solutions. Suggestions were brought forward, ranging from harnessing the residual energies of the planet's core to seeking the aid of distant, allied civilizations. Each proposal was debated with the urgency and seriousness that the situation demanded. Yet, for all their wisdom and power, the solution to their crisis remained elusive. The fading of their sun, a phenomenon beyond their control and understanding, posed a challenge that threatened to dwarf even their greatest feats of power and technology. We may need to consider evacuation, proposed one of the Council members, a suggestion that hung heavy in the air. If we cannot save our planet, we must at least ensure the survival of our people. The notion of leaving their home, of abandoning the world that had nurtured and defined them, was a bitter pill to swallow. Nonetheless, faced with the potential extinction of their race, the Council recognized the weight of the responsibility that rested on their shoulders. One Council member, however, raised a voice of dissent that resonated with a hard truth. Evacuation under the current conditions is not just impractical. It's impossible, they argued, their tone laced with the gravity of their situation. The severe gravitational anomalies that plague our planet now would render any attempt at spacecraft flight futile. We would be unable to reach the necessary velocity for escape without being torn apart. The objection cast a shadow of despair over the council, prompting another round of heated arguments. The chamber, usually a place of wisdom and deliberation, echoed with the sounds of desperation and disagreement as the council members grappled with the reality of their predicament. As the surface of their planet continued to be ravaged by quakes and the relentless gravitational forces that threatened to tear their world asunder, another member of the council, driven by a sense of urgency, proposed a new course of action. "We must reach out to the Alliance," they suggested, a note of hope in their voice. "They have the resources and the technology to aid our people in this time of crisis. It is our best chance." The suggestion, born out of necessity and the recognition of their limitations, was met with a general nod of agreement. The idea of seeking help from the Alliance seemed like a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. With a renewed sense of purpose, the Council mobilized their efforts to establish interstellar communication. However, as they attempted to send their distress signals, to bridge the vast distances with their pleas for help, they were met with silence. No matter how much they tried, all the communication systems were down, rendered inoperative by the same forces that sought to doom their planet. The realization that they were cut off, isolated in their darkest hour, was a blow that struck deeper than any physical wound. "We are virtually sitting ducks," one council member lamented, the words heavy with a sense of defeat. "Without any hope of reaching out for help, how do we face this catastrophe?" People of planet Orion. The council members' eyes suddenly widened in confusion. "Did you hear that?" "I thought it was just me." "I heard it too. What is going on?" "I am here to save your world." The council members' faces showed hints that they could still hear the voice, and to their astonishment, it wasn't just happening there. It was happening all over their planet. The planet natives, who numbered in billions, could all hear the consoling masculine voice in their minds. "Do not worry, you won't end up like the Ozus." Immediately after the council members heard that the rumblings suddenly stopped. The rumblings, they stopped? Minutes earlier, a spacecraft cut through outer space, approaching a planet in the distance. As Gustav and the others approached the distant planet, a sense of foreboding filled the spacecraft. The darkening sun, a dying beacon in the vast expanse of space, was visible millions of miles away, its dimming light casting ominous shadows across their path. Despite the considerable distance, the spacecraft began to experience the first signs of the gravitational instability wreaking havoc on the planet below. The closer they got, the more pronounced the instability became. The spacecraft shuddered under the strain of the erratic gravitational force, its frame groaning as if in protest. The situation escalated quickly. The vessel began to quake severely, rattling everyone and making it evident that penetrating the planet's atmosphere under those conditions would be impossible. Endrick turned to Gustav with his face etched in concern. "The full premonition is nearly here, big brother. We have to act immediately." Gustav, his resolve as firm as ever, nodded in acknowledgement. Without a word, he moved towards the exit of the spacecraft. They watched in awe as Gustav's entire being began to transform while he soared through space. Glowing silver scales emerged from his skin, covering his body in a shimmering armor of light. A tail and 2 horns sprouted, completing the metamorphosis, while a trail of whitish light surrounded his figure, imbuing him with an ethereal quality. Ultimate combination has been activated. With incredible speed, Gustav breached the unstable gravitational force, his new form cutting through the chaos as he infiltrated the planet's atmosphere. Endrick and the others watched, their breaths held in suspense, as Gustav disappeared from their view, descending towards the troubled world below. Upon his arrival on the planet, Gustav was immediately confronted with scenes of pandemonium. The surface was being ripped apart by quakes and giant crevices that threatened to swallow everything in their path. The ethereals, the magnificent beings with their luminous halos and once graceful wings, were now groaning in pain, struggling against the oppressive gravitational forces that rendered them practically immobile. Gustav sprang into action. With agility and strength, he moved swiftly among the ethereals, pulling them away from the brink of crevices that had suddenly opened beneath their feet. To the ethereals, the chaotic gravitational force was surprisingly ineffective on him, and it was because of his ultimate combination form. Gustav had a layer of anti-gravitational energy surrounding his being that repelled everything away. However, Gustav knew that physical intervention, while crucial, was not enough to quell the rising tide of despair and fear that had gripped the planet. He needed to reach every single being to offer them hope. Mental transmission has been activated. Closing his eyes, Gustav imbued energy from his form into mental transmission, making it more than 100 times more effective than before. His voice, infused with power, echoed in the consciousness of every ethereal on the planet. "People of planet or Ion," Gustav began, his mental voice a calming presence amid the turmoil. "I am here to save your world." Confusion and fear gave way to a flicker of hope as they wondered who the stranger was. "I need to move the entire planet away," Gustav said internally. "It's not by strength. You just rip through the planet and come out the other side," the system warned. "I know. That's why I'll have to cover the entire planet with my ultimate combination energy," Gustav responded before spreading his energy. Gustav unveiled a power that no one, perhaps not even he, knew he possessed. With a deep, resonating breath, he tapped into the very core of his being, drawing upon the extraordinary essence that had transformed him. It was in that moment of absolute necessity that Gustav chose to become not just a savior, but a force of nature itself. As Gustav concentrated, radiant energy began to emanate from his form, casting a silver aura that spread like wildfire across the planet's expanse. The light, pure and resplendent, touched every crevice, every shadowed valley, and every struggling ethereal. The silver aura enveloped the planet like a protective cocoon. The gravitational instability, a malevolent force that had pressed down upon the inhabitants with relentless cruelty, began to rescind at the presence of Gustav's light. Standing as a lone bulwark against the gravitational anomaly, Gustav bore the full brunt of its force. With the planet enveloped in the calming silver light, Gustav prepared for an act of unprecedented power. He gathered his strength, drawing from the wellspring of energy that flowed through his body. Then, with a determination that burned as bright as the light he radiated, Gustav pushed. It was a push that defied the laws of physics, a defiance against the natural order that sought to doom the planet to darkness. Gustav, his form glowing with an intensity that lit up the sky, pushed the entire planet forward, steering it away from the darkening sun that had once been its source of life but was now a harbinger of death. The planet moved, slowly at first, then gaining momentum as Gustav's efforts bore fruit. It was a spectacle beyond imagination, a being of immense power exerting his will upon a celestial body, guiding it away from oblivion. The darkening sun, a shrinking orb of despair in the distance, gradually receded from view, its menacing presence replaced by the expanse of space that opened up new possibilities for the planet and its inhabitants. "Do not worry, you won't end up like the Ozus." His words, though spoken silently, were felt deeply by the ethereals. As the planet distanced itself from the dying sun, the silver aura that Gustav had spread began to fade, its purpose served. Chapter 1450, the third premonition, the gravitational instability that had wrought severe havoc, was no more, leaving behind a sense of calm that had been absent for too long. The quakes subsided, the fissures ceased, and the ethereals, once bound to the ground by an unseen force, found that they could move freely once again. Gustav felt the expenditure of energy and collapsed to one knee as his transformation receded. "Congratulations, you managed to push an entire planet out of its orbit," the system's annoying voice rang in his ear. His actions, born of desperation and hope, had altered the fate of an entire world, steering it away from the edge of extinction. The planet, saved from the brink of destruction, owed its continued existence to Gustav and showered him with appreciation as they crowded him on the surface. As the ethereals gathered around Gustav, their expressions a mix of awe and gratitude, the planet descended into darkness. With no sun, their major source of light was gone. However, the ring-like halos floating above their heads were bright enough to illuminate the entire planet. They were alive, and that was all that mattered to them in that moment. The council, emerging from their underground sanctuary, witnessed the transformation that had taken place, realizing that their world had been given a second chance. In the aftermath of the miraculous event, the story of Gustav's act of salvation spread across the planet, a tale that would be told for generations. The atmosphere was electric with relief and wonder as the once oppressive gravitational instability had receded, leaving behind a sense of calm and stability. Yet, it was the sight of Gustav Crimson, known across the universe as a fugitive and planet destroyer, standing as the savior of their planet, that left the council genuinely shocked. "Is that Gustav Crimson?" Archon, who was present at ISOP, voiced in bewilderment. "Is that going to be a problem? Going to tell the Alliance I'm here and claim the bounty?" Gustav gaze shot forward as he questioned with a straight face. No, how can we do such?" Archon stepped forward with a look of reverence. "Your actions have preserved the existence of our world." One of the council members began, his voice echoing the sentiment of gratitude that filled the air. "We are in your debt, Gustav Crimson. Your name shall be revered in our history as the savior of our people." Gustav's guard dropped a little as he acknowledged their appreciation with a nod. However, he was quick to address the lingering concern that clouded the victory. "While the immediate danger has been averted, the planet is now adrift, unanchored by the gravitational pull of a sun. It is floating aimlessly across space," he said, highlighting the precariousness of their situation despite the momentary relief. The council, undeterred by the gravity of Gustav's words, reassured him. "Do not worry about our planet's course," another council member responded with a serene confidence. "We possess the knowledge and the means to navigate this challenge. We will find a new path and create a new source of light to guide us." Their assurances were interwoven with continuous expressions of gratitude as they beseeched Gustav to stay, to partake in a feast prepared in his honor, a celebration of their world's salvation. But Gustav, bound by the urgency of unresolved matters that awaited him beyond the confines of their world, politely declined their offer. "Thanks, but I must leave now." "The crisis still remains," Gustav explained, his resolve clear in his voice. As if on cue, a pentagon-shaped spacecraft descended onto the planet's surface, its arrival marking the end of Gustav's stay. With a final nod to the council and the gathered inhabitants, who still looked upon him with awe and appreciation, Gustav boarded the spacecraft. Endrick, Falco, Eldris, and Rhea awaited him inside, their faces etched with anticipation. The spacecraft lifted off, leaving behind a world forever changed by Gustav's actions. Orion natives watched as their savior departed into the vast expanse of space. The sense of crisis lingered like a shadow. With the sun that had once nurtured their planet now a darkened husk in the distance, an ominous anticipation filled the cosmos. As the last vestiges of light faded, the sun crumbled into an abyss of blackness, an event that heralded the emergence of something unforeseen. "The third premonition is here," Endrick stated within the spacecraft. From the remnants of the collapsed star, a massive hand emerged, unfurling from the darkness like a specter of ancient fears made manifest. Its appearance sent ripples through the fabric of space. The council, still standing on the surface of their saved world, turned their gaze toward the heavens, witnessing the emergence of the colossal hand with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The universe, it seemed, was never short of wonders and terrors. The hand was just as massive as the eye and mouth that had appeared, representing the first and second premonitions. With how incredibly massive it was, there was no doubt that hundreds of planets would fit into its palm. Gustav had taken planet Orion trillions of miles from their initial position, and yet the hand was still very visible. The group was visibly concerned, their recent triumph shadowed by the new and ominous development. Endrick broke the silence as they traveled forward. "This premonition is different from the last," he explained. "It doesn't have a longer foothold here, unlike the previous one, which was a general anomaly. This will vanish in a few more seconds." However, as Endrick observed the hand, he noticed a subtle but significant change. The fingers of the hand, previously splayed, began to curl inward, as if it intended to form a fist. This new development sent a ripple of urgency through him. "Guys, listen." Endrick called out, his voice sharp with urgency. "We must not let that hand close into a fist. The destructive waves it will send across space will destroy every orbital body in its path, planet or Orion included. The distance won't be able to save it. We cannot allow it to complete that action before it dissipates." Gustav, who had been at the forefront of their earlier ordeal, had expended a great deal of his energy saving the planet. He knew that he wasn't in a position to intervene directly with the danger in front of them. At that moment, Falco stepped forward, resolute and ready. "I'll handle this," Falco declared, his voice resonant with the power of his otherworldly lineage. Without a moment's hesitation, he exited the spacecraft and surged forward towards the gargantuan hand. Falco's being morphed, becoming as dark as the hand up ahead, his essence intertwined with the darker energies erupting from the hand. As he approached, the hand seemed to respond, its movements slowing, as if recognizing the presence of a kindred spirit. "Estrol, I will not let you have even a shred of hold here," Falco swore internally. Harnessing his unique abilities, Falco emitted a surge of dark energy towards the hand, aiming to disrupt its form and prevent it from closing. The space around him vibrated with the force of his power, a visual spectacle of energy ripples cascading through the void. It was darkness against darkness. Back on the spacecraft, Gustav and the others watched anxiously through the observation deck, their eyes fixed on Falco's figure against the colossal hand. To call Falco's figure a speck of sand before the hand would be very generous. The hand covered his entire view like a wall that was impossible to scale. Its width went on for millions upon millions of miles, and yet Falco braved his adversary with courage. They could see the energy interactions, however, the hand didn't do anything in response to Falco's attack. It was still closing, like Falco was only wasting his time. "Come on, Falco," Gustav murmured under his breath. Falco, feeling the immense pressure of the task at hand, intensified his efforts. He knew that the balance of using his power was delicate. Too much force could have unforeseen consequences, yet too little would fail. With precision born of necessity, he modulated his energy output, threading waves of dark power into the structure of the hand, seeking to destabilize it from within. Like roots, the dark branches spread forth from his being, looking incredibly gargantuan. Wherever they made contact with, reduced in motion based on Falco's will, but the hand was just too massive for him to reach everywhere. The seconds ticked by, each one laden with the weight of impending doom or salvation. Just as the hand was about to close up completely, its form shimmered. Thwor, it suddenly vanished from space. Falco let out a sigh of relief as space returned to tranquility. The third premonition had passed. Slowly, he returned to the spacecraft, where he was met with relief and nods from his companions. Gustav clapped him on the back. "You did it, Falco," he said, his relief evident in his smile. You managed to slow it down. Honestly, it didn't feel like I was doing anything. Estrol is too powerful. Chapter 1451 Hail, Gustavo Alliance. As the spacecraft continued its journey through the cosmos, the atmosphere inside was a mixture of relief and tension. The recent victory over the gargantuan hand was still fresh, yet Falco's words lingered in the air, casting a shadow over the celebration. "I don't feel like I did much," Falco remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. "Estrol is just too powerful." His statement hung in the air, puzzling the crew. Ria, always quick to probe deeper into matters, turned towards Falco as his brow furrowed in confusion. "Estrol? Who is that?" he asked, sounding perplexed. Falco looked around, realizing that they still hadn't grasped what lay beyond. "Estrol is the second most powerful among the ancient executioners," he explained, his voice steady, trying to provide clarity, yet aware of the enormity of the information he was disclosing. His revelation did not alleviate the confusion. If anything, it deepened it. All except Gustav and Endrik seemed lost in the web of confusion. Endrik, sensing the growing bewilderment, decided to elucidate. "By now, you all should know that the premonitions are not mere anomalies. They are, in fact, manifestations, body parts of the 5 ancient executioners," he said, his voice firm, trying to instill some sense of understanding. The room fell into a heavy silence as the crew digested the information. Gustav, who had been silent, finally spoke, turning to Falco with a serious expression. "What more do you know, Falco?" Falco took a deep breath, the weight of his heritage and knowledge evident in his demeanor. "The reason my father made me, it's beyond just wanting to have another offspring," he began, his voice low. Gustav felt he was finally about to hear what the system had been hiding from him the entire time. Earth, the once vibrant cityscape of Neokyo, had transformed into a battleground, its architecture marred by the ravages of conflict. Neon lights flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows across streets littered with debris. Hover cars lay overturned, their sleek designs punctuated by bolts of energy, while digital billboards streamed chaotic scenes of the ongoing battle below. The air was thick with the smell of ionized energy and smoke. In the midst of the urban chaos, 2 groups clashed with devastating ferocity. One group, donned in MBO uniforms, wielded their bloodline abilities, manifesting glowing weapons, firing waves of kinetic energy and causing explosions based on their specific bloodlines. They faced opponents clad in weird, robe-like uniforms, complete with masks that gave them an almost ritualistic appearance. The adversaries were not mere fighters. They wielded supernatural abilities that seemed to warp the fabric of reality around them. The battle was intense, with the MBO officers finding themselves increasingly pressed. Their numbers dwindled under the relentless assault of the robed figures, whose mysterious powers allowed them to manipulate elemental forces, casting bolts of lightning and summoning ethereal fire from the air. The MBO officers, despite their training and powerful abilities, were being overwhelmed and pushed back by the frightening intensity of their foes. As the situation grew dire, the last standing MBO officer, a young man named Lieutenant Haruto, found himself cornered. The remnants of his squad lay scattered around him, and he braced for a final stand. Just as the robed figures closed in, preparing to deliver the coup de grace, a dramatic shift occurred. From the sky descended a figure like a meteor, her arrival heralded by a purplish beam of energy that erupted from the large eyeball on her forehead. The beam swept across the battlefield with devastating force, creating a shockwave that sent the robed assailants flying, their forms tumbling through the air like leaves in a storm. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning to the new arrival. She landed gracefully amid the ruins, her azure hair flowing in pigtail waves. Her face, marked by pale red lips and a strikingly beautiful visage, bore an expression of calm determination. The purplish energy that surrounded her caused the air around them to thrum with power, an aura of might that seemed to stabilize the chaotic energies around her. "Young Miss Elevra!" Haruto exclaimed, relief flooding his voice as hope was rekindled in his eyes. He recognized her immediately, not only as a fellow officer of the MBO, but as a prodigy within their ranks, famed for her formidable powers. Elevra nodded at him, her gaze sweeping the area with tactical precision. "Help people get to safety, Haruto!" she commanded, her voice resonant and authoritative. "I'll handle them." Haruto hesitated for a moment, torn between his duty and the instinct to fight alongside her. But recognizing the disparity in their power and the strategic sense in her command, he nodded, sprinting away to find cover and rally any other survivors. As Elevra stepped forward, the remaining robed figures regrouped, their supernatural abilities flaring up once more. They unleashed a barrage of ethereal assaults towards her, from spectral flames to shards of ice conjured from thin air. Elevra responded with a display of her own power. The eyeball on her forehead glowed with an intense purplish light, amplifying the energy around her. With a swift motion, she drew the energy into a condensed orb, then released it in a spectacular explosion of light and power, neutralizing the incoming attacks with precision. As the robed figures regrouped and launched a renewed assault, Elevra's azure eyes narrowed, and the large eyeball on her forehead began to glow ominously. The air around her crackled with energy, the atmosphere thick with the scent of ozone and the sharp tang of fear emanating from her foes. The first to strike were two who combined their mystical forces, hurling a volley of dark energy spears toward her. With a slight tilt of her head, Elevra focused her gaze through the third eye, and beams of light shot forth, intersecting the spears. Under her manipulative gaze, the spears shrank into harmless dust that fluttered to the ground like ash. Emboldened by her display of power, Elevra advanced. Her movements were a blur like a specter of vengeance in the night. Another assailant attempted to ensnare her with glowing chains conjured from thin air, designed to bind and strangle its targets. Elevra, with a flick of her wrist, directed a beam from her forehead. The chains not only halted, but reversed in size, becoming so small they were rendered ineffective, clattering uselessly to the ground. The battle escalated quickly as Elevra tapped into the darker aspects of her power. Her third eye glowed with a deep, malevolent purple, and with a piercing gaze, she unleashed a devastating dark beam. This beam, a concentrated burst of destructive energy, cut through the battlefield like a scythe through wheat. Buildings, vehicles, and unfortunate assailants in its path were reduced to atoms, obliterated without a trace, leaving behind a swath of destruction. As she wove through her enemies, her physical prowess was undeniable. She moved with an otherworldly grace, delivering precise and ruthless strikes. Bam! Bam! Each motion was fluid, yet each impact was brutally effective, rendering her foes incapacitated or lifeless in mere moments. Blood spattered across the dented pavements as her fist pierced through the chest of another assailant, causing his innards to spill like soggy noodles. The robed figures, though numerous and armed with supernatural abilities, found themselves outmatched by Elevra's ferocity and raw power. One by one, they fell, their numbers dwindling rapidly under her relentless assault. "Yeah, I'm in one now. Don't worry, I'm almost done with them. I couldn't miss your call. No, you're not distracting me." She seemed to be in a call as she took off the head of yet another masked robbed assailant. "Come on, don't hang up." "All right then, you can call me later. I'll tidy things up here in a bit." The air was filled with the sounds of battle, the clash of energies, and the cries of the fallen, but Elevra seemed to be in her own world as she dealt with them without breaking much of a sweat. As the dust settled, only one of the robed assailants remained. The survivor, bloodied and battered, stood trembling before Elevra, who approached with slow, deliberate steps. Her third eye ceased its glow, the battlefield around her eerily quiet, except for the soft whir of distant sirens and the crackling of fires that consumed what remained of the surrounding structures. Elevra paused before the last assailant, her expression inscrutable. "Tell me, who are you guys? Who sent you lots?" she inquired. The assailant, shaking in fear, tried to stab herself with her sinuous limbs while yelling with a crazed look, "Hail, Gustavo Alliance!" Elevra caught her before she could kill herself. "You're coming with me!" She grabbed her and instantly flew off into the distance. My father, the Lord of the Dark Plane, needed a way to puncture even the tiniest hole in a seal, a cosmic seal that binds an ancient power we can scarcely comprehend. That seal is in place to protect weaker planes like ours. Everyone listened as Falco narrated. The seal was so strong, so impenetrable, that not even the might of the ancient executioners could break it on their own. My birth, my very existence, was the key to creating the first breach. Chapter 1452 Change in Primary Objective. The seal was so strong, so impenetrable, that not even the might of the ancient executioners could break it on their own. My birth, my very existence, was the key to creating the first breach. Rhea, always quick to grasp the implications, leaned forward. "So, your existence alone weakened the seal? But how does that relate to the premonitions we've been encountering?" Falco sighed, the weight of his destiny apparent in his posture. The premonitions, they're not random cosmic events. They are rituals, each carefully planned and executed to weaken the seal further. And when the fifth premonition appears, the seal will be completely destroyed. Eldris, who was starting to understand the situation, interjected. "You're saying that the appearances of these ancient executioners' body parts during the premonitions are sacrifices?" Falco nodded grimly. "Exactly. Each part of the executioners that manifests and is then sacrificed contributes to the weakening of the seal. Those are body parts that will be lost to them forever, but that is a testament to the seal's strength, considering that the ancient executioners are among the second most powerful beings within my father's realm." The silence within the spacecraft was palpable, but it only lasted for a few seconds as Falco cut through the silence with the remaining part of his tale. So much so that they haven't been conscious in hundreds of thousands of years because they serve only one purpose. The revelation stirred a mix of horror and fascination among the crew. The notion that such powerful entities were being used as mere tools in a larger scheme was unsettling. Rhea, trying to understand the broader implications, asked, "What happens if the seal is broken completely? What does your father hope to achieve?" Falco looked at each of them, his gaze lingering as if measuring the impact of his next words. "If the seal breaks, it will release something bound since the dawn of this universe's memory. Something my father believes should not have been sealed away, or should I say someone?" He turned to face Gustav. "Someone you specifically sealed away." "What? Gustav? How could Gustav have sealed someone away from so long ago?" Rhea and Eldris voiced out their confusion. "Because he was there. He is the outworldly. I finally understand what the outworldly is, what the title entails. Gustav, do you even know who you are?" "I can take a wild guess from everything you've mentioned, but even I don't believe it myself." Gustav shook his head slightly. "He is telling the truth, though. That is why you play a key part in stopping this," and Drick voiced from the side. "So what exactly happens when the seal is gone?" Rhea questioned again. "The Overseer will return. All beings of the higher planes will have a foothold in ours again, and believe me, it isn't a sight you want to live to see." Falco shook his head. "Then we must make sure the final premonition doesn't happen. We can't allow this seal to break." Gustav responded. Falco's expression softened, appreciating Gustav's resolve. "I thought you might say that, and am with you. While I was born to facilitate my Father's plans, my journey with you all, it has shown me a different path, one that I choose to follow, standing against the darkness my Father seeks to unleash. Eldris, moved by Falco's declaration, placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. Then it settled. Well, stand together as we always have. And Falco, we're not just fighting beside you out of duty, but out of belief in you, in the choice you've made to defy what was written for you. That's where you're wrong, Endrick interjected, his voice steady and sure. The destruction of Humbad is a widely accepted fact, but it's a facade, a cover-up for much deeper truths hidden by the Slarkovs themselves. Gustav nodded at Endrick's clarification, appreciating the support. Exactly. And within Humbad, in what is known as Dimension 6, lies something crucial for handling our current predicament with the seal. We must locate it. The revelation that Humbad still existed, possibly holding the keys to the answers they desperately needed, was beyond their comprehension. The story of planet Humbad was one that had been told since forever to the masses on Earth. They had grown up with it, and so had their fathers and their fathers' fathers. It was hard to swallow that it had been a generational lie, but it slowly began to sink in. But what about Angie? She's still trapped within the dark plane. Do we give up on rescuing her? Ria questioned with a mix of worry and frustration. I haven't forgotten about Angie. I more than anyone want to rescue her. But consider this. If they've kept her alive all this time, they must still need her. That means she's relatively safe for now. Our main focus must shift to finding Humbad. It might be our best chance to save her and everyone else. Falco, absorbing the strategy laid out by Gustav, added his perspective. Gustav is right. Angie has some kind of usefulness to my father, and that is more so now than ever since he can't control me. If Gustav says finding Humbad could help us, then I trust his judgment. Eldris chimed in at that moment. The question remains, how do we find a planet that seemed to have vanished from existence? Where do we even begin? Gustav responded by initiating a projection that filled the room with data, a visual symphony of numbers, symbols, and cryptic words, interspersed with images showing an ashy trail streaking across space. The key to finding Humbad lies in deciphering this, Gustav explained, his finger tracing the lines of data as they floated holographically in midair. He paused at two recurring terms that seemed to anchor the chaos of information: stagnant siderous void and premonition. Gustav continued. The stagnant siderous void is where I believe planet Humbad is. The problem is that, according to what I know, it also is a place that doesn't exist in any known location within the universe. So what of the premonition? Are they linked with the 5 premonitions? Eldris inquired. I don't think so. I think this premonition represents something else. Representation for the location or key to accessing the stagnant siderous void. Meanwhile, back on Earth, in a facility orbiting high above the planet's surface, a different scene unfolded. A floating prison, specifically designed for holding aliens, was a marvel of modern technology. Its exterior was a composite of dark metals and energy fields, rotating slowly with the Earth's orbit, its presence a silent sentinel in the cold vacuum of space. Inside, the environment was starkly minimalist, functional to its core. The cells were designed not with bars, but with energy fields humming with a low, almost imperceptible buzz. At the center of one such cell floated a being, its form nebulous and shifting, contained by the force of the high-tech restraints. Elevra stood outside the energy field, her figure bathed in the soft blue light that emanated from the cell's containment system. Her hair fluttered as her commanding presence contrasted sharply with the dim, utilitarian surroundings. Who is the leader of the Gustavo Alliance? And where is their base located? Elevra asked, her voice firm and devoid of any warmth. It was a question she had posed several times, each iteration as pointed as the last. The being inside the cell, its form coalescing into a more humanoid appearance, replied with a tone that was both weary and defiant. The answer remains the same as it has. It's Gustav. He leads and they follow. Elevra's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of irritation passing over her features. I know that Gustav has nothing to do with this. Tell me the truth, who pulls the strings? She countered smoothly. Chapter 1453. You're delusional. Everything that happens is the will of our Lord God Gustav. Don't be a misguided sapiens. Join the cause of our Lord, the being voiced once more like a fanatic. If you spit one more bullshit again, I will obliterate you, Elevra threatened. The being's form shimmered, its fear palpable even through the containment field. You think you are powerful, but your abilities are nothing but mere flickers of shadows compared to our God, Gustav, the shield behind which the true powers convene. Elevra stepped closer to the field, her presence imposing. Your cooperation is your only path to lesser confinement. Help us and we can help you. Who is behind this? Our Lord Gustav. The being sounded like a brainwashed fanatic. Elevra fixed her intense gaze upon the nebulous form of the imprisoned being. This is getting repetitive. Tell me the truth. Who is behind the Gustavo alliance? She demanded, her voice echoing slightly off the smooth walls, imbued with an authority that brooked no defiance. The being inside the cell, its form shimmering with a yellow light, replied with a fervor that bordered on fanaticism. Lord Gustav is our God, our personal savior. There is no behind, for he is the forefront, the guiding light of our mission. Elevra's eyes narrowed, her patience wearing thin. Spare me your zealotry. I need names and structures. Who orchestrates the moves? Does Gustav even know of the existence of you lots? The being seemed to curl within itself, a flicker of hesitation passing through its ethereal form. You seek shadows in a well-lit room. Gustav is the epitome, the culmination of our faith and actions. We are his to command, his to deploy as he sees fit on the chessboard of this universe. Unsatisfied with the circular answers, Elevra shifted tactics. Then tell me about your aims for attacking Earth. What was the objective? We were to bring Earth under our dominion, as we have done with other planets. The being responded, its voice a mixture of pride and regret. But we underestimated Earth's strength. Our unit thought ourselves too mighty, even though we were warned. It matters not. Where we have failed, others will succeed. They shall carry out the grand design. Elevra pressed on, her tone sharpening like a blade. And what is this grand design? What is the endgame of your so-called Gustavo alliance? The room tensed as the being paused, its brightness dimming as if drawing an energy for a significant revelation. The endgame, it began, its voice now a hollow echo of its former vigor, is to support our Lord and Savior Gustav in his ultimate mission, to bring an end to the existence of the universe. The words hung heavy in the air, charged with the magnitude of their implications. Elevra felt a chill run down her spine as Gustav's face flashed in her mind. "To end the universe," she repeated, disbelief threading through her words. Gustav would never do that. These fools must have higher-ups that pursue such a goal. Until we resolve the current situation. Maybe you could consider going after them? E suggested. Say, I don't know. We really don't have much time left, Gustav answered. The transmission continued, the weight of the universe's eyes on them growing heavier by the moment. E shifted his attention to Falco, who had been quiet in the background. And Falco, E added, his tone softening, your earthly father misses you. Any plans of coming to say hi soon? E seemed to have already been briefed on everything that had transpired as he spoke with a knowing tone. I miss him too, but... Falco replied, his voice tinged with a mix of nostalgia and determination. This takes priority at the moment. Maybe you could help me send a message. Tell him I'm fine, he added. Smiled slightly, a brief respite from the dire news he had delivered. I will. Stay safe, all of you. I will try my best to stabilize things over here. The holographic image flickered as the transmission prepared to end. Keep us updated, Gustav said firmly. He nodded before the transmission ended. After the transmission ended, Gustav went back to facing the display of data relating to the warp demolator and stagnant Siderus void. Endrick turned to Gustav with a look of earnest inquiry. You've been poring over this data in the last few days. What have you uncovered? Any insights that could help us navigate to Humbad? The rest leaned in, anticipation hanging palpable in the air. They all respected Gustav's intellect, which had proven on countless occasions to be second to none. His ability to discern patterns and meanings where others saw only chaos was almost legendary. Gustav, who had been staring intently at the holographic symbols and equations, finally turned to face them. His expression was one of cautious intrigue, hinting at the depth of his discoveries. I have a multitude of theories, he began slowly, his voice measured, but there is one that resonates the most, perhaps the most radical. The crew shifted, their interest piqued as they prepared to delve into one of Gustav's quintessential revelations. Gustav continued, remember I mentioned that the stagnant Siderus void is not any known place within the universe? But what if it doesn't exist yet? A murmur of surprise and skepticism ran through the group, with Falco furrowing his brows in confusion. Doesn't exist yet? How? Gustav replied by pointing back to the display where the symbol for premonition floated next to the term stagnant Siderus void. We've been interpreting premonition as a warning or a vision of impending events. But what if in this context, it doesn't just mean foresight? What if it's actually a clue indicating the future? Eldris, trying to keep up, chimed in. Are you saying that the stagnant Siderus void is a place that doesn't exist yet, but will exist in the future? Chapter 1454, Time Travel? Gustav nodded, his eyes alight with the thrill of theoretical discovery. Exactly. This data isn't just spatial, it's temporal. The stagnant Siderus void isn't a location that's hidden or difficult to locate. It has not been formed yet. We haven't gotten to the timeline in which an event, a phenomenon, will create the stagnant Siderus void. Endrick leaned forward with an apprehensive tone. So, we are essentially chasing a shadow from the future. How do we even begin to approach this? Falco voiced in confusion. Gustav rubbed his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the complexities of their mission. If my theory holds, then our path isn't through space, but through time. Understanding the conditions under which the void will come to exist and finding a way to either witness or interact with its formation. Eldris asked the inevitable question, how do we know what time it is? What if it is to come into existence after the fifth premonition? That's the problem, Gustav voiced in response. The only other method would be time travel, Endrick pointed out. But how do we navigate time? Are we to find some sort of temporal gateway or device? Rhea questioned. Time travel is a true myth. No one can really do it, and it is forbidden to conduct research related to such, if I recall clearly, Eldris mumbled with a slightly distressed look. Then what do we do? Rhea questioned while everyone turned to face Gustav once more. There's only one chance I think we have at getting to the stagnant Siderus void, or rather since I don't intend to put you all in harm's way. The weight of Gustav's words hung heavily as the holographic projector displayed the swirling, ashy energy trail. If I can predict where it will appear next, I can use it to get there. Actually shouldn't be much of a challenge, because I've done it before. Endrick and Eldris exchanged a look of skepticism, both well aware of the dangers such a plan entailed. Are you certain about this, big brother? Endrick asked, his tone laced with concern. Even if you do pinpoint the next emergence of the warp demolator, do you know if your body can withstand such a powerful temporal wave? We're talking about forces that could potentially rip you to shreds or disintegrate you completely. Eldris nodded in agreement, his expression grim. It's extremely dangerous, Gustav. The Slarkovs must have fled because they somehow predicted the coming of the warp demolator and knew they wouldn't survive. Is your body as sturdy as an entire planet? Even if it is, planet Humbad can't be 100% intact. There's no precedent for this kind of physical exposure. Gustav met their worried looks with a resolute gaze. He agrees that the armor is essential for your survival through the demolator. It will protect you from the worst of the temporal distortions and enhance your physical capabilities. Gustav and Endrick delved into a crucial discussion about the sacred armor's capabilities and limitations. Gustav, arms crossed, addressed Endrick with a mix of concern and curiosity. Endrick, remember, the sacred armor is renowned for its physical defense capabilities. We're talking about riding the warp demolator, a phenomenon that transcends mere physicality. I know the lore suggests that the armor is impervious to physical damage, and that's true. It offers unparalleled physical protection. However, it's not just a suit of armor. It's imbued with ancient energies, capable of warding off forces of physicality. You would have known if you could touch it at the moment, since you're becoming unbound. Gustav raised an eyebrow, skeptical yet intrigued by Endrick's confidence. So, you're saying it has other protective measures? Endrick tapped on the hologram, bringing up layers of arcane symbols and protective wards that line the interior of the armor. See here, he pointed. These inscriptions aren't just for show. Each one is crafted to absorb and dissipate a range of energies. Indeed, its efficacy against non-physical threats isn't 100%, but it's designed to adapt to its wearer's needs, especially against mystical and temporal threats. Gustav, his expression softening from skepticism to consideration, continued to probe, and you're sure this adaptation will extend to something as volatile as the warp demolator? There's an inherent risk, yes, but the armor is our best bet. Your body will have to handle the rest. You are going to do it without the armor before anyways. Endrick rubbed his temple in frustration. Gustav paused, processing the information, then nodded slowly. All right, then I'll use it. Endrick, relieved to have Gustav's buy-in, added a crucial detail. I'll keep the armor secured in the dimension where Husarius and I have sealed it until you're ready to embark. Taking it out prematurely would put a massive target on our backs. Every intergalactic marauder and treasure hunter would come after us. Gustav's nod was grave and understanding. Makes sense. Until the last possible moment, then. On Earth, shrouded in a perpetual veil of thick, silver fog, lay an isolated island, inaccessible to most Earthlings. The island, with its tall infrastructures, rose starkly against the view of a restless sea that guarded its mysteries well. The architecture was a seamless blend of nature and technology, towering structures with reflective surfaces standing alongside verdant, genetically engineered gardens that climbed skywards. Neon lights cut through the fog, casting a surreal glow that reflected off the hypermodern buildings. The crown jewel of the urban marvel was a vast, imposing structure known as the Citadel. It was not only the largest and most luxurious building on the island, but also the center of power for its ruling dynasty. The Citadel, with its sweeping arcs and towering spires, exuded lavishness. Its walls, lined with energy-efficient panels, illuminated the interiors, bathing expansive halls in a gentle, ambient light that highlighted intricate designs inspired by both past civilizations and speculative futures. Inside the Citadel, in the grandest hall, a young man is seated on a throne that seems as much a piece of art as a seat of power. The throne, crafted from rare metals and hover stone, floated slightly above the ground. The young man had the poised bearing of a seasoned leader despite his youth. His black dreadlocks were tied back neatly, accentuating sharp, tanned features that carried the weight of his responsibilities. Chapter 1455 Space Wreckage. The young man had the poised bearing of a seasoned leader despite his youth. His black dreadlocks were tied back neatly, accentuating sharp, tanned features that carried the weight of his responsibilities. He was clad in a simple yet elegant robe that did not overshadow the three-headed dragon emblem embroidered in silver thread on his chest, a symbol of his family's heraldry and their fierce protectiveness over their domain. Around him, guards in pristine white robes stand at attention. Their own robes bear the same three-headed dragon on the back, a symbol that is both a promise and a warning to all who might dare to challenge their family's rule. At this moment, a figure dressed in the muted grays of a civilian administrator stands before Stark, delivering a report with a digital tablet in hand. The hall echoes softly with the rhythmic, unobtrusive sound of his voice. Family head Stark, the trade negotiations with the Sled Central have concluded successfully. Additionally, the new energy harnessing project has surpassed all projected efficiency metrics. Stark nods appreciatively, his eyes scanning a live data feed that plays out across a holographic display beside the throne. Excellent. Ensure that the surplus energy is redirected into expanding our agricultural domes. We'll need the extra provisions if we're to support our growing population. Before the advisor could respond, another figure entered the hall. This man, older and with the distinguished air of someone born to power, approaches the throne with a respectful bow. Family head Stark, he greets with a warmth that belies the formality of the setting. Stark recognizes him instantly as one of his uncles, a trusted member of the council. Uncle Matthias, what brings you here at this hour? Stark inquires, his tone mixing familial warmth with the crispness of his official role. Matthias' face is grave, his eyes holding a flicker of urgency as he straightens to address Stark. The time has arrived, he says cryptically, his voice low but firm. Stark's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of understanding passing through his sharp gaze. You're sure? Yes. The signs have aligned just as the prophecy foretold. We must prepare to use it now, Matthias responds, his tone now laced with an intensity that draws a deeper, more serious line to Stark's already commanding presence. Stark stood to his feet, his figure casting a long shadow across the marble floors, embellished with the etchings of their ancestral lineage. Gather the council and call back our envoys from the mainland. If what you say is true, we'll need to perform the ritual now. As you command, family head, Matthias replied, bowing once more before turning to carry out the orders. Upon Matthias' departure, Stark gazes into the sprawling cityscape. He can see the entirety of the island from his position, despite being inside of this building. Gustav, you will have to forgive me, Stark mumbled before returning to his seat. As their spacecraft thrummed through the cosmic void, its course set towards a location predicted to be the next appearance of the warp demolator, the atmosphere among them had settled into a routine of anticipation mixed with diligent preparation. The control room, usually a hub of activity, now operated with a quiet efficiency, the vast stretches of space offering a display of tranquil stars and nebulae that seemed almost static in their slow drift past the viewports. Gustav had found himself a quiet corner in the observation deck, a space with a panoramic view of the star-studded blackness. Here he sat cross-legged, his eyes closed and his breathing measured. The meditation was deep, aimed at channeling his bloodline. Ealdris, checking on the navigational charts, walked over to where Endrick was. He stood for a moment, observing before speaking. How are you feeling about the warp demolator? Any concerns about the approach? Not really, but why do you ask? Endrick voiced in slight confusion. Gustav has mentioned on multiple occasions that you are the time candidate. I don't exactly know what that means, but I just get the feeling you'll be able to tell if things weren't right, Eldris answered with a concerned tone. You're half right. It doesn't exactly work the way you think. If I truly wanted to know if something could go wrong, I would consult the fates. The last time I did that, A flashback of destruction played in Endrick's mind as his face scrunched in guilt. It didn't go so well, but I believe we'll be fine. Preparations are being made. We have a solid month before the demolator makes its appearance. We'll reach the predicted location in 2 weeks, which gives us another 2 to prepare or consider other options if needed. 2 weeks to get there, 2 more to wait. It's ample time to ensure we're not walking into this blindly, Eldris agreed with Endrick's thoughts. As Eldris and Endrick pored over the intricacies of their route to intercept the warp demolator, a sudden series of urgent beeps resonated through the spacecraft's control room, slicing through their discussion like a sharp blade. The red flashing lights of the proximity alert bathed the room in an ominous glow, reflecting off the metallic surfaces and illuminating the concerned faces of the crew. What's happening? Eldris exclaimed, rushing to the main console to scan the data, rapidly scrolling across the screen. Endrick, equally alarmed, joined him, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the readouts. Proximity alerts aren't supposed to go off like this unless, his words trailed off as Gustav emerged from his meditation chamber, drawn by the commotion. His expression was one of calm control, but the urgency of the situation was not lost on him. What have we encountered? He asked, his voice steady, cutting through the tension. Endrick manipulated the controls, bringing up an external visual feed on the main display. The sight that greeted them was both macabre and startling. It's not what, but who, he said grimly. The screen showed a cluster of objects floating in space ahead of them, objects that, upon closer inspection, resolved into humanoid and alien shapes. Corpses, dozens of them, drifted lifelessly through the void, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and despair. Each wore a black and white uniform, now torn and soiled with the marks of violent deaths. The crew stared in horrified silence, the reality of the scene before them sinking in slowly. As the spacecraft edged closer, another structure came into view, a battered space structure, pockmarked with holes and floating listlessly. It was clear from its damaged state that it had suffered a catastrophic event. Gustav's sharp eyes caught the finer details of the structure. That's not just any spacecraft, he observed quietly, his mind racing to piece together the clues. It's a prison, a floating penitentiary, perhaps. These people were prisoners. Endrick squinted at the display, absorbing the implications. A prison riot or an attack? He wondered aloud, trying to make sense of the tragedy. Let's not jump to conclusions without more information, Gustav cautioned. He approached the console and initiated a more detailed scan of the area. Gustav's fingers flew over the controls as he fine-tuned the sensors to analyze the wreckage and the bodies more closely. The enhanced scans revealed more details. The uniforms bore the insignia of a known intergalactic security firm, one that specialized in the most dangerous of criminals. This was a high-security transport vessel, then, Eldris deduced, piecing together the visual evidence with their database of ship designs and insignias. They must have been transporting some extremely dangerous individuals. Gustav leaned forward, his gaze intense as he studied the floating bodies and the wrecked structure. The damage pattern isn't consistent with just a riot or a breakout attempt, he noted. It looks like they were attacked from both inside and out. Something or someone wanted what was on this ship very badly. The revelation hung heavily in the room. The possibility of stumbling upon a space prison break was one in a lifetime. What were the chances? We need to be cautious, Gustav decided. We'll maneuver to avoid the debris field and continue on our path, but keep the sensors at maximum sensitivity. I don't want any more surprises. Endrick looked back at the screen, his expression pensive. Should we check it out? Is it really any of our business? Gustav threw this question back. What if it does become our business? At least we could try to make sure of the fact that this wouldn't affect us in any way, Endrik pointed out. I doubt a bunch of very dangerous alien criminals would have anything to do with us. Gustav wasn't really interested. Let's just make sure. We will still have 2 weeks of free time anyways. No point in rushing. Eldris chipped in. Gustav considered this for a moment, before finally agreeing, sure. With this, Endrik navigated their ship towards the wreckage up ahead. The space transport vessel was thrice as large as their spacecraft, so they were able to fly in through one of the large holes left on it. Endrik was the first to get off the instant they got into the wreckage. What the hell? Chapter 1456. This is my victory. Do not unlock. Yet, so long as you got it, that is all that matters, Gustav stated with a nod of satisfaction. Where did Eldris and Rhea go? E.S. eyebrows creased in confusion. He certainly couldn't sense them within or around the apartment, so it had him wondering if they had already left after failing to convince Gustav. They're out, engaging in a task to prove their capability, Gustav answered while crossing his legs. You really gave them something to do? Voiced, his eyes glinting with interest. Of course. SJ is watching them now, so I should get feedback within an hour, Gustav responded in anticipation. You really don't want them to come with you, do you? Questioned calmly. No, I do not, Gustav answered bluntly. I wonder just what crazy task you gave them. E.S. thoughts ran amok. Gustav smirked in response. You'll see soon. Pass the dark sample to Endrik. We should be off soon, he added. Took an item out of his storage device. Despite being kept within a container, dark energy still oozed from the sample. It wriggled continuously like it wanted to escape E.S. grasp. Let me take that off your hands. Endrik twirled his finger, causing telekinetic energy to wrap around the container. Fwy, the container floated towards him in the next instant, and he grabbed it. You can head to the spacecraft and get it warmed up. It'll be with you in a minute, Gustav instructed. I don't want to miss their return, but all right. Endrik stood to his feet. Is she? He pointed at Cersei, but before he could complete his sentence, Gustav uttered a strongly disapproving, no. Endrik shrugged and turned around to leave. It made sense that Gustav wouldn't want Cersei to be a part of the next journey, considering that he was skeptical about Rhea and Eldris' participation. He definitely wouldn't give Cersei a single thought. I hope it's all right if she stays here with you. She's not from Earth, so she really doesn't have anyone on this planet. Gustav turned to Sure thing, man. I have no issues with that. Responded with an unbothered tone. Thanks. Maybe you can enroll her in. Gustav suddenly paused as he sensed something. He noticed the strange look on his face and voiced, What? Gustav squinted his eyes before speaking. Are you expecting visitors? What? I am N. Before could properly respond, a loud bang resonated across the building. With it came the appearance of 2 MBO officers. One of them was a face was familiar with, having seen her that day. Sorry about not using the door. You see, I had to visit uninvited. A feminine but husky voice, laced with naughtiness, drifted into his ears. General Reyna. Gulped saliva while staring at the hole they made through the window that led to his balcony area. Turned to face where Gustav was seated, only to see that it was empty. Why would you barge into my place like this? General Reyna. This is totally uncalled for. He immediately regained his confidence and began berating her. It is inappropriate. A traitor shouldn't be stripped of their rights to complain. General Reyna took slow steps towards while speaking. What are you talking about, General? Questioned with a befuddled expression. Don't play stupid. You and I are very much aware that the Universal Fugitive has been on Earth for some time. And guess who accommodated him during his stay here? General Gustav spoke while giving E a very intense glare. I don't know what you're talking about, General. The appearance of the universal fugitive was confirmed to be a clone, as we all know. E continued to play it off as completely clueless. Yes, we all know about that. But what everyone doesn't know is that the real Gustav faced the clone and most likely faced the world's strongest as well. This is why the clone is nowhere to be found. Because he was involved in its disappearance. General Reyna began to walk in circles around. But you knew this, didn't you? A smirk appeared on her face at this moment. Why would I know that, General? Besides, all these are assumptions. The identity of that person is unknown. He was screaming internally, but managed to keep a calm face. Sigh, you really want to keep playing around, eh? She stood before E and placed her index finger on his chin. You know, I'm giving you the chance to share the glory with me. Just hand him over, she demanded. Ahami reached out to grab her finger and slowly took it off his chin. Like I said, General, I don't know what you're talking about. If you believe what you're spouting so much, you're free to search my place. Oh, is that so? General Reyna took a step back. Have at it. He was a bit on edge due to how suddenly the whole situation had unraveled, but he did his best to keep his composure. General Reyna turned to face Officer Gohan, who had been standing behind the entire time. He shook his head as if in response to a silent question she had thrown at him. Her face bore an indescribable expression as she looked around. Who is this person? I never knew you lived with someone. General Reyna turned to face Cersei, who was seated on the sofa at the other end. She is a distant cousin. Is my relative not allowed to stay with me? Or is that some treacherous crime? He asked with a rhetorical tone while moving closer to Cersei. Cersei was smart enough not to engage in the ongoing dialogue. She only smiled in response and sat quietly in place. General Reyna had a dissatisfied look on her face as she began to walk around the apartment. Officer Gohan remained at his initial spot while a green glow appeared in his eyes. General Reyna returned to the living room after a few seconds. You really want to hand him over? The offer to share the glory of turning him in still stands, she said to E with budding frustration. E knew well that so long as General Reyna was unable to physically locate Gustav, she really couldn't do anything. General Reyna seemed to be scanning the premises with her senses, but couldn't come up with anything even after minutes had passed. She thought her mind could be playing tricks on her, and even visited different spots within the apartment physically. All to no avail. I'll give you a piece of advice now. I'd better not find out that his presence on Earth is linked to you in any way, or you will be sorry. She looked E dead in the eye and unleashed a bit of her energy. Beta ranked. She's on the same rank with Gus. He was a bit worried, but stood his ground. There won't be anything to be sorry about, General. I don't harbor criminals. E voiced in response. Uft. General Reyna scoffed while walking away. Make sure you contact me if you decide to change your mind about joining me to turn him in, she stated from the balcony area, sounding almost 100% certain about her claim. What are you doing, Gohan? Let's go, she yelled to Gohan, who was still standing in place. Gohan Green, glowing eyes dimmed as he spoke. He was lying. What? General Reyna voiced in confusion. That girl isn't his cousin. I searched the records with my mind, connecting all his families all across the earth. From parents to uncles, to aunts to cousins to grandparents, all of them. I saw it all, dead and alive. Officer, he is not related in any way to this girl. Officer Gohan pointed at Cersei with a look of suspicion. Shit, he yelled internally while gulping saliva. Well, you see. I've got nothing. He was a terrible liar, so he was having difficulty coming up with a tangible explanation that wouldn't make the situation seem more suspicious. She actually happens to be my neighbor's daughter, you see. My neighbor is not indoors at the moment, so she decided to wait here. I don't want things to look off with some random girl in my apartment when I have a girlfriend. That's why I said she is my cousin. He did as quickly as he could to piece his lie to the best of his abilities. Your cousin, your neighbor. A smile appeared on General Reina's face as she began to walk towards E. What lie are you going to spin next? Your sister's friend? She added with both a sarcastic and serious tone mixed. Damn, maybe I should have used that one. E nearly face-palmed. Chapter 1457, Let It End, here, do not unlock yet. SS damn. Maybe I should have used that one. E nearly face-palmed. I still do not understand what you're talking about, General. Why is the girl a problem, exactly? She isn't who you came here to find. E decided to stop mentioning relatives or any other excuse, and outright played coy. True, she isn't the one I am looking for. General Reina arrived before E once more and stared into his eyes briefly. But maybe she has connections to him. Immediately after adding, she turned to the side and started walking towards Cersei. You don't mind if I ask her a few questions, do you? General Reina emitted an intimidating presence while approaching. Without a warrant or anything that advocates a crime. Isn't that against her rights? E voiced with a tone that slightly hinted at trepidation. Just a few friendly, simple questions. Nothing much. Unless there is something to hide. General Reina turned slightly to shoot E a glance. Haha. Knock yourself out, General. E laughed wryly. I don't like where this is going. E screamed internally. General Reina proceeded to bring out a holographic tab which displayed a picture of Gustav. Have you seen this person before? She questioned with a keen gaze. Bang, bang, boom. Powerful ripples spread across the air due to an ongoing battle between a trio. Fwish, after images could be spotted in the skies as they engaged one another powerfully. Blasts often rang out, and despite being distant from the surface, the icy terrain would occasionally split and shatter from the residual energy. No normal person could witness the ongoing battle due to their unparalleled speed as they bolted across the skies. However, on closer look, it was a 2 versus 1 battle. The figure in the middle was continuously deflecting blows from the other two and appeared to be doing it rather easily. One of the two had his arms covered in rocks as he repeatedly threw fierce jabs at the figure in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. The figure in between swayed his hands causally, slapping the fists away before they made contact. His arms looked like they were moving 1,000,000 times in just 1 second. Bang! He slapped the one covered in rocks away, sending him hurling across the air. Bam! 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 He slammed into the icy surface below, sliding across it and forming wide crevices due to the force of the attack. Meanwhile, the other one whose attack had also been repeatedly getting deflected, now had to face the figure with dark hair alone. Thanks for doing this, Sir Jack, he voiced in gratitude before opening his eyes. Not a problem. I was starting to get bored here anyways, Jack responded with a smile as he stared at the multiple twinkling colors in the eyes of the 75 youngster with silver hair before him. Jack's smile suddenly vanished the moment the world before him lost all color. He felt the space around him bending and contrasting in a very eerie manner, while the youngster across from him was the only being with color. Impressive. Jack's smile returned as he praised. Not impressive enough if you're still smiling. Ealdris' silver hair floated as he raised his index finger, which had a swirling mass of numerous colors above it. Waving it forward slightly, the swirling mass sped towards Jack, who responded by thrusting a palm forward. Fwoosh, a star-patterned construct, materialized into existence, fighting against the colorless domain as it flickered occasionally with colors. Like a switch turning off and on, the construct collided with the swirling mass of multiple colors, causing a mass of blackness to form upon merging. Thank you! Ealdris smiled while spreading his palms apart. Pa! The moment he clasped his hands together, an incredibly immense suction force was generated from the dark mass. With such powerful suction force, even the earth should have been swallowed up in an instant. However, this suction force only seemed to affect Jack, who found himself unable to fight against it. "This is ridiculous," he voiced internally as the black, swirling mass pulled him into its center and formed restraints that held him in place. "Now," Eldris yelled. Boom! A loud explosion rang out from underneath as the icy terrain ruptured and a figure sped upwards with such immense force that it tore a line across the sky. A tempest accompanied by a flaming mountain of ice and volcanic magma trailed across the air with unbridled intensity. Behind it was Rhea, who stomped onto the bottom, sending it spiraling at the restrained Jack. Boom! A deafening collision reverberated across the vicinity, bringing with it harsh winds that blew everything away. Rhea and Eldris included. Shock waves spread across the air, turning miles of the icy terrain beneath to water. Everyone within a 500-mile radius could feel the earth quaking intensely, like it was about to give way. The battle was being fought in the sky, and yet it had greatly affected the surface beneath. "Did we get him?" Rhea voiced from below. "Being the strongest mixed blood in existence, you know the answer to that," Eldris smiled wryly. Not long after, Jack appeared in the distance, where the skies were completely void of clouds. The last blast had blown them all away. He floated in place, practically unscathed except for a few cuts on his clothes. TCH, why is he so overpowered? Rhea felt like all his months of seclusion had been thrown down the drain. "Ha ha ha, come on, Rhea. Even Gustav would be unable to win," Eldris reminded him from the side. "But he's not even injured. I trained for so long and am still so weak," Rhea voiced with a tone of defeat. Jack's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing before Rhea in the next instant. "You're not weak." Jack raised his palm to show Rhea that it was scalded. "You're just up against me." Some alphas would be unable to cause me even the tiniest bit of damage, so don't sell yourself short. Jack patted Rhea's shoulder. "Really?" Rhea's face suddenly lit up in excitement. "Of course. I say you're powerful enough to contend with a betranked mixed blood, and being that powerful at such a young age means that you will be stronger than me when you're my age." Jack smiled while floating upwards. "It'll give you too an A for effort. At least you made me use a pretty high level of strength to not only get out of that restraint, but also block your attack." Jack turned around to fly away after revealing. "Thank you." Rhea yelled, but he was already gone. Praise from the world's strongest. "Today is not a bad day," Eldris descended while speaking. "How did you do that trap thing?" Rhea questioned with a hint of curiosity. "Oh, I just bound his energy to my attack and used it to lure his essence and merge him into it. No one should be able to get out of that restraint so long as they attack it instead of evading," Eldris explained. "But he got out of it," Rhea said with a tone of confoundment. "He is Jack Sherwin." Within EES apartment, General Reyna stared down at Cersei, who kept answering all her questions with no. "So you've never seen Gustav Crimson before? You don't know who he is, and you have no connection to him?" General Reyna voiced with her tone rising every second. Cersei shook her head in response. "General, you said this was going to be friendly and brief. Would you please stop harassing the poor girl?" He voiced from the side with a tone of annoyance. General Reyna wore a smile and stood upright before turning around. "I have checked. There is nothing," Gohan voiced from the side. "No records, no birth certificate, no database whatsoever on this young girl. It's like she just appeared out of thin air," he added. "How intriguing, coming into existence around the same period Gustav Crimson is suspected to be on Earth. What an interesting coincidence indeed." General Reyna gazed at E briefly to note his reaction. E was quiet, seemingly racking his brain on how to respond to her, since someone that doesn't exist is currently in here. "I guess it wouldn't be what I do to her now, would it?" General Reyna suddenly reached out at that moment to grab Cersei. General Reina, what are you doing? He yelled while strutting forward, but before he could get close, Gohan threw a glowing icy cube towards the floor before him. Thrin, a triangular barrier of light, suddenly surrounded E, trapping him in place. You use spatial abilities, right? That will keep you from interfering for a while. General Reina smiled while watching E bang the walls of the barrier constantly. He tried to conjure a vortex, but to no avail. General Reina drove a fist into Sarah's belly at that moment, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Cersei, let her go, you witch. E voiced out in anguish. Just stay in there and don't interfere. General Reina turned to face Cersei once more before raising her. I'm only dealing with someone who shouldn't exist. Immediately after saying that, she threw another punch forward. Enough. Chapter 1458, that took longer than expected, do not unlock, yet Gustav stared back at her, and with a smirk, I know what you're thinking. He stated, if only you could get to that and tap on the emergency button quick enough. This place would be stormed by tens of MBO operatives and ID be taken into custody. You'll get rewarded and possibly promoted too. You just need to get to it and tap a button before I strip your body of its free will again. Gustav narrated while pointing at the corner where the communicative device was positioned. That's not what I'm thinking. General Reina finally spoke. I'm thinking. Zinzin, immense bloodline energy, suddenly burst forth from her figure as she vanished from her spot. E eyes widened in disbelief, seeing as she had escaped, but in the next instant, bam, her figure reappeared in the balcony area. Arf. Her loud scream resonated across the place as she tried to claw her way forward. It was at that moment that E noticed that half of her body was missing. The missing half that held her legs was right in the living room with them. A sea of scarlet liquid was splurging from her lower half as she pulled her torso forward with a look that showed that she was in excruciating pain. What the fuck just happened? E was utterly confused. She tried to escape, so I cut off her legs, Gustav answered. Her entire lower half is gone, man. E pointed, looking disgusted. Potato, potato, Gustav mumbled. But I didn't see you move. E was still in disbelief. Well, my full strength already returned, so that's quite normal, Gustav shrugged. She's trying to go. E pointed at General Reina, who was still clawing her way forward. Gohan, bring her back in here, Gustav said to the other MBO officer, who was frozen in a spot with fear. Yes, sir. Sweat dabbled down his face as his legs vibrated tremendously with every step he took. You already know what happens if you try to escape, so. Gustav cautioned Gohan, who had arrived at the balcony area. With how frightened Gohan was, the last thing on his mind was escaping. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Damn it. I should never have come with her. Gohan was screaming internally while dragging General Reina's figure toward the living room. A trail of blood decorated the floor, causing E to stare at Gustav with a look of disapproval. My rug is stained. Ugh. He retched in disgust. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After I'm done with these two, Gustav reassured him. I know you're in a lot of pain, however. I want you to listen to me and answer my questions. Who else did you tell of my suspected presence on Earth? Gustav questioned with an intense gaze. No. Body. She answered while writhing in immense agony. Tell me the truth, Gustav demanded. It is true, Gohan stated from behind. Gustav's face rose as he shot Gohan a glance. Gohan felt chills spread across his body, causing him to gulp saliva in distress. She wanted to keep all the glory of catching you to herself, so she refused to let anyone else know of her suspicion. Gohan rambled on, as if his life depended on it. Truthfully, it did. What a greedy woman! Gustav clicked his tongue twice in ridicule. He also thought that she had acted very greedily, but he still felt a little bad for her. You really should have just looked the other way, he stated. So what do you intend to do with them? He questioned Gustav. The midget is lucky. He is quite weak, so I can extract his memories. But for this one... Gustav stared at General Reyna. This is the end for you. Immediately after blurting it out, Gustav raised his left hand. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Goodbye, General. A swirling mass of milky-colored energy materialized above his palm. He tried to conjure a vortex, but to no avail. Cersei's eyes lit up with an azure glow as frost spread from her figure to the surroundings, turning the apartment into an icy domain in an instant. General Reyna's arm, which was connected to Cersei's neck, got frozen as well. Cersei freed herself from the general's clutches and conjured a bunch of icicles from midair. She waved her hand forward, causing the icicles to shoot toward the triangular prison E was restrained in. Bam! 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 The icicles did a bit of damage, causing the triangular prison to flicker a bit, but it didn't manage to destroy it. She conjured more, but just as she was about to send them hurling forward, a loud shattering sound rang out behind her. Cersei turned around to see a hand reaching for her throat. Kua! She groaned in pain as General Reyna was unscathed, grabbed her by the throat and raised her like a weak little chick. Cersei held General Reyna's arm in a bid to force it away from her throat, but to no avail. Frost spread from her hand to General Reyna's arm and even her entire body, but the moment her eyes emitted a crimson glow, the ice shattered once more. Nice trick with the frost, but this level of ice is not nearly enough to hold me. General Reyna drove a fist into Cersei's belly, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Bang! The entire building quaked from the strength of the punch, causing the already shattered window in the apartment to blast into more pieces as Cersei's belly caved in. Kirch! A wave of pain spread across her entire body as she struggled to breathe from the impact of the punch. Cersei! Let her go, you witch! He voiced out in anguish. Just stay in there and don't interfere! General Reyna turned to face Cersei once more while keeping her feet above the floor. I'm only dealing with someone who shouldn't exist. Immediately after saying that, she threw another punch forward. Enough! A masculine voice resonated within the apartment like a heavenly mandate. It was soft and hard at the same time, rippling across the surroundings with authority. General Reyna found herself unable to drive the punch forward any further as she heard the voice. Gohan, who was still shivering from Cersei's frost, stared at the figure in their midst with utter disbelief. Gustav crimson. General Reyna turned around in shock as well. Where? However, there was no one behind her. She felt her left hand lighten and turned to peer forward again, only to realize that Cersei had been released from her clutches. Gustav carried Cersei in princess style after putting a healing med in her mouth. You're truly here on Earth. I knew it. She voiced in excitement. She noticed that she was free to move her hands again and tried to grab a communication device from her storage. Kneel! Gustav voiced. General Reyna suddenly had the unfathomable urge to go on her knees. What is happening? Her voice cracked while she tried to resist. Meanwhile, on the other end, Gohan had fallen to his knees already. He wasn't spared as well. He fell forward and his knees kissed the floors of the apartment. You can't resist the command of a cosmic superior being. Gustav sounded like he was giving a divine mandate, one that couldn't be resisted by the likes of mere mortals. Now kneel, he added. The urge suddenly increased by tenfold, forcing General Reyna to her knees. Bam! The device in her grasp fell to the floor and slid over to Gustav's side. He carefully placed Cersei on another sofa and headed back toward General Reyna. He kicked the communication device away as he trotted forward and stopped the moment he arrived before General Reyna's kneeling figure. A detached sofa appeared directly before her struggling frame. Gustav took a seat with an unbothered expression while crossing his legs. "I heard you were looking for me. Well, here I am," he stated calmly. The place descended into complete silence, with General Reyna struggling to gain control of her body. "What, cat's got your tongue?" Gustav leaned forward a little while asking. "You wanted me. I'm right in front of you. Now, say something." A sadistic grin suddenly appeared on Gustav's face at that moment. "Oh, that's right. You can't." "Be at ease," Gustav commanded. Every one of them suddenly felt the pressure vanish. He quickly jumped to his feet while yelling, "Come on, man. I'm here too." "My bad." Gustav flicked his index finger forward. A small torrent of invisible waves shot toward the triangular prison. Bang! It shattered, instantly freeing He wasted no time in scampering towards Gustav and standing behind him. Meanwhile, General Reyna remained in place, breathing in and out profusely. How is he capable of such, with just his words? She slowly raised her head and met Gustav's eyes. Chapter 1459. You have no idea. Do not unlock, yet thanks. He voiced while opening his eyes once more. S.J. proceeded to seat on the other end, waiting for Gustav's return. "What about Endrick?" Eldris questioned once more. He should be back in the spacecraft. Gustav sent him there, within a marvelously designed and computerized location. One could see a harmonious blend of functionality and aesthetics tailored for the unforgiving void of space. Directly ahead, where the command center lay, was a semicircular array of control panels and holographic displays stationed before ergonomically designed seats. Two of the seats happened to be occupied by a male and female figure. "You really can't be here," Endrick said to the pretty girl on his left with white short hair. "She is my best friend, remember? There is no way I'm missing out," Matilda responded with a stubborn expression. "He won't let you." Endrick shook his head. "Gustav can suck on my toes for all I care. I am coming," she voiced with an undaunting look. "I want to suck on your toes, but you are definitely not coming." A familiar male voice rang out from behind. "Big brother." "Gustav." They both turned around at the same time in shock. "When did you?" Matilda was obviously more astonished than Endrick, since she had no idea of Gustav's current strength. "It doesn't matter." Gustav cut her off while approaching. "Hello to you too, humph." Matilda begrudgingly. It had been months since they last set eyes on each other, and yet Gustav couldn't even say a single hello to her. "When did you return to Earth? Shouldn't you still be there?" Gustav pointed up. "Someone who was supposed to inform me about any matters relating to Angie chose to keep it to himself and wanted to go on a journey of recovery himself. Thankfully, I put a bug on him the last time I saw him, so of course I became aware of the happenings." Matilda crossed her arms while shooting a glare at Gustav. Gustav rolled his eyes. "I should have known." "Listen, Matilda, this isn't a joke. You cannot come," he added while gently shoving her towards the side. "Hey, Matilda!" Eldris and Rhea voiced while stepping into the spacecraft. "But they can." Matilda felt betrayed. "They are stronger than you." Gustav tilted his head slightly. Rhea and Eldris had passed the test he set for them, so he could no longer deny them access to join this endeavor. "That is unfair. You and I worked side by side to restore Planet Abrookies. If anything, I am more qualified than them." Matilda stomped furiously, like a pissed-off high school girl. "Ouch," Eldris muttered. "I'm sorry, Eldris. I was just trying to get him to see the point." She turned around to while opening her arms to embrace him. Eldris hugged her back. "It's been a while," he displayed a warm smile. "Yes, it's been. How have you guys be?" "We don't have time for this," Gustav interrupted before pleasantries could be properly exchanged. "I'm leaving now before another crazed MBO officer comes in search of me. I don't want to leave a pile of bodies behind." Gustav proceeded to take a seat right before the main control panel. Cersei moved towards a seat and strapped herself in quickly while the spacecraft engine came alive. The spacecraft quaked a bit, depicting that it was ready to go if Gustav willed it. Ealdris and Rhea swiftly moved towards the sides to take a seat as well. They strapped themselves in, and Matilda did the same. "I thought you said she wasn't coming with us," Endrick said to Gustav. "She isn't," Gustav responded while tapping the bracelet attached to his left wrist. Spatial point selected, squinting eyes face, dimensional travel in. Squinting eyes face 3. Gustav stood to his feet once more and reappeared before Matilda. "What are you doing?" Matilda questioned with a look of suspicion as Gustav reached out to grab her shoulder. "This is for your own good," Gustav stated in response. 1. Before Matilda could react, a burst of bluish light engulfed her figure and she vanished. "Shesh, that's harsh," Rhea whistled from the side. "Like I said, for her own good." Gustav returned to his initial seating position and pushed a throttle. Sinzin, the world before them, turned blurry as white lines appeared all around. This was due to the speed of the spacecraft. In just a second, they had left Earth and arrived in outer space. Second time leaving the planet. "I hope it doesn't turn out as bad as the first," Ealdris muttered with a reminiscent tone. "We're stronger now compared to back then." Rhea folded his arms while voicing, "Don't be overconfident. You have no idea what lays ahead," Gustav stated while peering at the view of the orbital bodies that lay before him. The expanse of outer space spread wide vividly, charging their bodies with a feeling of tension as a sense of foreboding overcame them. "Goodbye, General." A swirling mass of milky-colored energy materialized above his palm. "No. PLESC I win TTE. LL." Her pleas were cut short as Gustav waved his palm downwards. The milky-colored mass that resembled a flame descended upon her torso. General Reyna was unable to scream as her vocal cords got obliterated along with the rest of her body. In just a few seconds, not even a shred of her existence could be spotted before Gustav. "Congratulations, you just killed a general," EE voiced from the side. "No one will know," Gustav hinted at erasing Gohan memories. "She's a general. Her disappearance is bowed to raise suspicion," E pointed out. "It won't be a problem. She made sure of that by being so greedy about not informing any other person." Gustav tried to ease E worries. "Any other person except for him. Who do you think they will question first?" E voiced while gesturing at Officer Gohan. "What if they investigate his movements, and everything points back to me?" E added with a tone of distraught. Relax. "When I say I'll take care of it, I mean I will take care of it." Gustav stood to his feet while speaking. E decided to calm down after hearing this. It wasn't Gustav's first rodeo after all. He had done worse and still managed to cover them up till this day. Even when this whole saga began, Gustav already put a sound restriction in the environment to prevent voices from escaping the confines of the apartment. So despite General Reyna's screams, not a single soul outside of their apartment heard her. Gustav walked towards Gohan, who was still shivering in horror after watching General Reyna get completely obliterated without as much as an expression of guilt or remorse on Gustav's face. All Gohan could think of was how much he had heard of Gustav's mercilessness, and now he was vividly going through an experience that confirmed them. "Please, please." His throat was dry from how many times he had gulped down saliva, but he still managed to utter with croaked voice, "Keep quiet, I'm not going to kill you," Gustav commanded while placing his hand on Officer Gohan's head. Gohan muffled his heavy breathing in fear of pissing Gustav off. "Mental manipulation has been activated. It'll just modify your memories. You're going to forget that any of this happened," Gustav stated with a tone of certainty. At this moment, Gohan's eyes suddenly turned listless. "We're back," Rhea voiced loudly upon arriving within AES apartment alongside Ealdris. Welcome. E raised a cup of tea to them. We did it, Rhea yelled excitedly. Where is Gustav? Eldris inquired after noticing that only E and Cersei were in. He's out tampering with some records. He'll be back after getting rid of traces to the incident that occurred here today. E answered with a slightly exhausted tone. Incident. What happened? Rhea and Eldris questioned simultaneously. Well, we got ambushed. Kinda. That place you're stepping on right now is where an MBO general died. E pointed at Rhea's legs. What? An MBO general died? Both of them were mostly shocked because the apartment looked completely normal. It didn't seem like anything crazy happened during their time away. This was because Gustav had gotten rid of all the bloodstains using atomic manipulation. He had returned Gohan to the MBO tower after manipulating his memories and knocking him out. He went on to explain everything that had happened while they were away and how Gustav's timely intervention pretty much saved the day. Are you okay, Cersei? Eldris asked Cersei, who was laying on the sofa towards the left. I'm good. Father erased that unruly woman from existence, Cersei voiced joyfully. Eldris nodded in response, while Rhea made a strange face. Zhang, the sacred jewel, appeared in the middle of the apartment, emitting a bright glow. Turn it down, SJ, he complained while shutting his eyes. A red robe materialized out of nowhere and covered part of SJ's surface. Arms and legs grew out of his sides as well, and soon SJ was standing on 2 feet. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.